It's a little of rusty. Robin, after that, just collect those things.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, be the beginning and end of all that we do and say. Prompt our actions by your grace and complete them with your all-powerful help. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. Morning, brothers. So, gentlemen, please be seated. Any questions? That's how I always begin my class, asking the students if you have any questions. You are welcome to ask questions. Relevant, irrelevant, personal, impersonal, local, global, whatever question. Not that I can answer all these, but the important thing is that you raise questions. Thank you, Amit. We have to do this course on fundamental moral theology. Usually for the first years, I begin this course, so I usually introduce them to what theology is. You're coming from after your studies in philosophy and some of you may be coming after regency or whatever you do, or graduation or whatever studies you have done. And you begin your theological studies, and so I introduce the students to what theology is. You have a course on Introduction to Theology subsequently. They'll teach you, Father John Peter teaches that course, your rector. I don't know who's going to teach. They might arrange these things differently. But you will be given more extensive knowledge of what theology is. The other day before yesterday, I spoke to you about what theology is. All right. And various divisions of theology. You have systematic theology, you have dogmatic theology. You have, in that itself, you have study of the church, ecclesiology, Christology. There's so many subjects you will have in dogmatic theology. Then you have moral theology. That's one section of theology, which we will begin to deal with in this course in fundamental moral theology. And then you have other studies like liturgy, missiology. All these are various aspects, and sometimes current issues are taken up: political theology, economic theology, business theology, ethics, and so on. You can deal with these issues as well. So theology, as I pointed out to you the other day, is a study of God. Theology. It is said philosophy. What is philosophy? You studied philosophy, all of you. What is? Pardon? Love of wisdom. Philos, and sophos. Very good. Love of wisdom. All right. It is said philosophy is looking for a black cat in a dark room. All right. A cat which is not there. Right? And theology is also looking for a black cat in a dark room, a cat which is not there, but finding this, right? Finding this cat which is not there. That's what theology is. Theology is also a search for truth, I would say, instead of wisdom, search for truth, truth about God, and truth of all things in relationship to God. That's what theology is, and that's what theology should be as well. I quoted for you the last time I spoke to you that definition of Saint Anselm. faith-seeking understanding. Theology is based upon faith, Christian faith, faith in Jesus Christ. It's based upon the faith that God has revealed himself and ourselves, of course, and our world in Jesus Christ. And he has revealed the way of salvation to us. In other words, he has revealed to us the way in which we are to accomplish the purposes of our life in Jesus Christ. So that's the basic foundation of theology, and we seek to understand this. We cannot understand the mysteries of God and the mysteries of what he reveals to us, but to some extent we satisfy our curiosity because the mind is naturally inclined to discover truth. All right. This is a capacity that is given to us. It's also given to us as an urge within ourselves, a search for knowing more, knowing the truth, discovering new things, etc. That's a kind of adventure which we experience in our personal life. Every day we like to discover new things. Old things bore us. We want to discover new things, new ideas, new people, new places. When you have free time, people go out to find new places, away from the familiar places. That's the way we are. We want to meet new people, discover new things, and so on. This is a inner dynamism in ourselves. And in the process, we discover ourselves as well. So we seek to understand our faith, and that's what theology is. Remember, in the process of understanding, we do not discard faith. When we come to the limits of understanding, perhaps then we say, Lord, we believe. Because we will never understand the inner mysteries which God wishes to reveal to us. We'll never understand God. We'll never understand how, right? But we can, who in a sense is three persons. Is it reasonable? We can satisfy our reason to some extent. We can quench our curiosity to some extent. And that's where the richness of our, understanding and expression, communication of this richness and this wealth that we have discovered to other people become enriched, deepened, enlarged. In the process, of course, we discover meaning. Actually, the purpose of theology is not so much to discover truth as much as meaning. Maybe I will go to this third description of theology. I said to you two ideas about theology. First, I said theology is a science that studies God and all things in relationship to God. Second thing I said was faith-seeking understanding. A third way in which a theology can be described is it is the study of the revelation of God made in Jesus Christ. To understand this revelation and to express this, communicate this to others. So theology is a science of understanding and re-articulation of the revelation of God in Jesus Christ. You could put theology, or you could describe theology that way. Christian theology we are speaking about here. It's a science that studies God's revelation in Jesus Christ. It seeks to understand this revelation and re-articulate this revelation for successive generations. Of course, if you accept this understanding of theology as a science of understanding God's revelation and re-expressing this for successive generation, then certain consequences follow. The first consequence is theology is an essential function in the church. Because any seeking to understand and express, any search to understand and to express involves a process of our mind, process of ourselves. Remember, you cannot simply say, let us do away with theology, let us simply have faith. You cannot have faith which does not in some way seeks to understand itself and re-express itself. Every believing, involves understanding and re-expressing. For example, if you pray, you are actually involved. You are involved in this process of understanding and re-expressing. You say, God, our Father. You have already theologized. You have given a name to God, Father. Do you understand that? Yeah. This description of God as Father involves theologizing. We are given a particular or a series of ideas to God. This is your understanding. If you describe God as a judge who will condemn you, send you to hell, you are expressing an understanding of God, and you are expressing this. You will have fear in your heart. So every faith or process of believing involves understanding and articulation. So we cannot say, let us do away with theology, let us have our grandmother's faith. Jesus himself prayed, I thank you, Father, for having revealed these things, not to the wise, but to children. It's true. There comes a stage in our life where, or in this process of understanding and re-articulation, we might have to express our belief in God as a child. You may have to do that as you grapple with the process of suffering in this world, for example. Why do innocent people suffer? Why do we have this system, the situation of this pandemic? Why did God allow Corona to affect humanity today and freeze our daily routine of life? What do you think? All this is taking place under the gaze of God, right? You believe that? Or you don't believe that? If there is a God, all this is taking place under the gaze of God, right? God is seeing all this. Jesus told us not a hair from our head falls to the ground without the Heavenly Father knowing it. The sparrows are cheap, but not one of them falls to the ground, brother, without the knowledge of the Heavenly Father. And so this Corona couldn't come into this world without our God knowing it and allowing it in some way. But why does he do that? Anybody? Yeah, speak, man. He wants to say something. What's your name? Savio. Don't get up, sit down. I stand, you sit. Why do you think?
There will be some plan
This is what I mean. What you're saying is, I cannot quite understand, all right? But I have a good father, and he always means well for us, right? So even in this, he is giving us a good gift. The gift we find very heavy sometimes on our hands, but yet a good gift. Yeah, brother? When you can accept an illness as a good gift from God, when you can accept death as a good gift from God, you express your faith in God as a child. This is the wisdom that is revealed to children and hidden from the wise. The wise rebel against this, they resist. No, this is unacceptable, they say. All right. So that's why, after all the understanding that we seek to do in this area of faith in God, etc., we come to the limits of our understanding where we can only say, Lord, I believe. That doesn't mean we shouldn't seek to understand. We shouldn't say, let us do away with theology and, let us have simple faith, just the rosary and the devotions, etc. Don't speak too much about God because we are speaking about things we do not know. All right. But we need to speak because we need to discover meaning. There's one thing, in ignorance you can believe. But you can also believe like a little child after coming to a lot of understanding about God. After having analyzed and having reached to the limits of your reason, you can say, Lord, I can arrive at understanding only this much. Beyond this, I believe. That's a kind of mature faith. It's a faith a little different from closing your eyes and say, Lord, since I cannot understand, I don't want to understand anything. I believe. That's a little foolishness. That is not in accordance with our mind or the dynamics of our human reason, because we wish to discover, we want to understand. As much as possible, we seek to understand. And after having reached to the limits of our understanding, we can say, Lord, we believe. And that's where theology should take you. That is theology making you holy, richer understanding. It gives you a wider understanding about God and about human existence, about this world, etc. It brings you meaning in your life, and in the end, you say, Lord, I believe. So theology is a science of understanding and re-articulation. So I was saying there are certain consequences. The first thing I said was theology is an essential function in the church. Second thing is that all Christians are theologians. All Christians are theologians. Inasmuch as every Christian must seek to understand, express for himself his faith. Even an act of praying, when you pray, you are actually theologizing. You are seeking to understand and to re-express what you understood in words, concepts, in devotion, in gestures, sometimes verbally, sometimes non-verbally. Just an act of bowing deeply before your God. That tells you a great deal of things when you bow very deeply. You are expressing something. What are you expressing when you bow before the tabernacle, brother? Gratitude, reverence, awe, wonder, admiration. All right? So many things. It is just a silent gesture, but you are expressing something. You are expressing an understanding. Here is a God who is great, before whom I cannot stand with my head tall. I must bow down before him. Even a gesture expresses understanding and articulation. Remember this. It's not about words, concepts, etc. Even perhaps sitting still expresses something. Yeah. So all Christians are theologians, and theology is an essential function, and therefore theologians are ministers in the church. Theologians are ministers in the church. There was another thing that I must mention. Theology as a science of understanding and re-articulation is a bridge between culture and revelation. Theology tries to understand what God reveals through the cultural tools provided for one. See, the families in which we are born, our skin color, the concepts that we use, etc. These are all conditioned by the cultural setting in which we are born. We didn't choose to be born here or there or whatever. It's a given for us. The color of my skin, the accent in my speech, right? People have different accents. When I started learning English, they taught me all are always talking. All right. That's how they taught me. I went to Kerala, they taught me all are always talking. All right. And they came to Karnataka, they say, he ran out of the house crying, help, help. They find it difficult to say, help. He ran out of the house crying, help, help. Now I am in the north, they say, who will give me my very fine breakfast? Right. We are conditioned by not only in the accent or whatever that we have, but also in the way we understand. When you say, oh sacred banquet, you pray before your God. Now, when you think of your banquet, a great meal, what do you think about, brother? A feast day meal. You have one idea. I don't know where you come from, doesn't matter. But if you are from the south, you will have one idea. If you are from the north, you will have another idea. Banquet. You understand. Yeah. So the same, the revelation of God communicates something to us, which has to be understood by us. And we understand it in accordance with the cultural setting in which we find ourselves. All right. So there you see the relationship between revelation and culture. And of course, to re-express what you understand, you have to use a language. That too is conditioned by your culture. You understand that? Yeah. So even the very process of understanding God's revelation, receiving God's revelation involves a bridge, a connection between revelation and culture. So theology is a bridge between revelation and culture. Yeah. So if theology loses touch with revelation, then it will have nothing to communicate. It will be empty. That's very important. Remember, you will all be preachers. You can develop a style of preaching which, entertains people. There are a lot of talk shows in our world. Yeah. People entertain you by all kinds of things. All right. Very they create ingenious ideas, wonderful ideas. And then, of course, they entertain you and you smile, you are inspired, you are motivated, etc. But you might develop a style of preaching of that kind which entertains people, but you may not be communicating God's revelation. You understand? That's where theology invites you always to be in touch with revelation of God. And then, of course, this revelation which is now received, understood, is to be re-articulated in a relevant manner, in an understandable manner. So if you lose touch with the revelation, you have nothing to communicate, you have no message. And if you lose touch with culture, then you cannot communicate. You become irrelevant, ununderstandable. So that's why these two aspects have to be kept together all the time in the process of theology. We need to keep God's revelation and culture. So we have to reinterpret, re-articulate, re-understand God's revelation as culture evolves. Culture moves forward into history, into future. We have to re-understand God's revelation. We have to understand this revelation newly. We don't change God's revelation. Those truths that God wishes to communicate are eternal, everlasting. But we need to re-understand them, reinterpret them, and re-articulate them in a manner that is understandable by people of our time. So that's part of the function of theology, a science of understanding and re-articulation. And therefore, it must maintain this connection between revelation and culture. If it loses touch with revelation, as I mentioned, it has nothing to communicate. If it touches or if it loses touch with culture, it cannot communicate. It becomes irrelevant, outdated, etc. And another aspect of theology is not so much a search for truth. Of course, it is a search for truth about God, truth about those things that God wishes to reveal to us. But it's more about meaning. Meaning means truth as perceived, truth as understood. That's what meaning means. We can dispute whether truth as such is ever accessible to us. I'm sure you have grappled with that question in theology. In philosophy. You have grappled with that question. Is truth accessible to us? What do you think? What's your name, brother?
Subin.
Subin. And yours?
Bakya.
Who?
Bakya.
Bakya Raj.
Nathan.
Bakya Nathan. Yes. Say it fully. When you are speaking, you say Pakyanath. Pakyanath. I thought Pakyanath. Pakyanathan. Pakyanathan. Subin. Sabio. And your name, brother?
Shijin.
Who?
Shijin.
Shijin. There is a she. S-H-I or E? I. Shijin. All right. There's a Shijin. Shijin. And your name?
Arun.
Arun. Michael. Arun and Michael. Yeah. Shijin, Sabio. What did you say? Subin?
Yes.
Subin. And Bhaktinadan. How many of you? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. 3 more are to come, is it? All right. Anyway, I will learn the other names. This hard disk has become a little old. So it takes time for it to absorb these names and store it in the mind. Again, I'll ask tomorrow, maybe I have to ask again. But I learn these names all right. Afterwards, I forget. Every year I go to different seminaries. I'm involved in 5 seminaries. So every seminary you meet a batch of students, and then you learn their names. Afterwards, you forget. When you go to one place, you forget the previous place and the people there. But you're all, Palatine Conference, and you're studying. Those of you who are not, you're studying in our institute, and I should know you better. Yeah. Are you Palatine? No. Which?
Mysore Diocese.
You're for Mysore Diocese. Bishop Williams Ward. Very good. God bless you. And you?
Palatine.
Or you're Palatine? It's not written anywhere. I guess it doesn't matter whether you for Mysore Diocese or you're a Palatine. We have the same parts, I think, more or less. Right? Right, gentlemen. I hope nobody is listening to these things. I have to be watchful about what I speak, especially when it is going out of this place. So I was saying that the function of theology is not so much, of course it is a search for truth. It would be wrong for me to say that in theology we do not seek the truth. We do. But more than the truth, I think we seek meaning. Truth as perceived, truth as understood, truth as giving you inspiration and motivation. That's what meaning is. Meaning gives us inspiration, energy, motivation, etc. Right. So that search for meaning, when you look at having to sit in a class like this and listening to an old man who is speaking stupid things, when you look at it in its detail, practical detail, you might think, what am I doing here? But when you look at this action in the context of your life, you're a seminarian, training yourself to become a priest, developing a certain versatility about things of God, trying to understand God's revelation and re-articulation, etc., then you might see this foolish act of sitting in a classroom as a wise thing to do. It will motivate you. You understand? That is truth as being perceived, understood. And that's what meaning is. Meaning is truth as understood, as perceived, as inspirational, giving you energy, motivation to do what you do today. You understand? Yeah? And that is meaning, right? So the goal of theology is not so much truth as much as meaning. And then finally, I should say, theology is not a perennial thing. There is no theology which is once for all permanent kind of theology. Theology is something that is evolving, right? Some theologies are born, they live for a while, and then they die, in order to give birth to new ways of understanding and re-articulation, etc. When we were younger, there was a kind of rave to study theology of liberation. Yeah. We thought that was the future of theology. But it lived for a while, and now it didn't deliver what it promised. And so it slowly fades away, and you have other ways of theologizing emerges. That's the way, the journey of theologizing travels. So we shouldn't be too anxious. If you have an idea today, thanks be to God, some convictions, some ways of understanding and re-expressing God's revelation, and tomorrow it might become irrelevant. And we should be able to leave those behind and learn perhaps new ways of understanding and re-articulation. Don't say my theology which I studied in the seminary is dead and therefore I'm dead with it. We will become kind of outdated or whatever. We need to keep up with, the new trends without losing, as I said, with the eternal revelation of God. So this is a kind of process that should be maintained in the students of theology. And not only the students of theology, all of us who believe, who seek to understand God's revelation and re-express them, etc., so that we don't have to be too anxious when old ways of understanding are gone. We are promised that new ways of understanding and re-expressing them will emerge, and therefore we will always maintain a certain youthfulness about ourselves, certain enthusiasm about ourselves. Not that we grasp certain set of ideas and then we fix them once for all or something. No. So those are some general remarks. So as I mentioned you, there are various divisions of theology. I don't want to go into those. We will be taught more elaborately in that introductory course. But I move to one branch of theology which we call moral theology, just to introduce you to what moral theology is. See, moral theology studies human behavior as a response to God's revelation. A general statement. Moral theology is a science which studies human behavior as a response to God's revelation. God's revelation is seen as an invitation, and human behavior as a response to this invitation. So it's a study of human response to God's revelation in the concreteness of our life. Because when we live, we have to make choices in our lives. And we have to see that we make good choices. Not bad choices, choices that are destructive of ourselves and destructive of other people. We have to make good choices. Starting from satisfying our appetites, entering into relationship with those who live with us, as well as entering into relationship with the wider world. We have to make constantly choices. We have to speak. We have to act. We have to think. All these are human acts, remember. And we have to ensure that these acts that we perform are in accordance with God's revelation. And that's what moral theology studying. Therefore, moral theology studies God's revelation as an invitation and human behavior as a response to that revelation. Moral theology goes about this in two ways. We can say two branches of moral theology. So I said, moral theology goes about, I think we can remove this one. Will you come here, one of you? You can put this in this corner. Anyway, you have no other class, isn't it? I don't use this anyway. Yeah. It's all right, sir. Thank you. So that the board is visible to them as well. So, the first way in which moral theology goes about is answering some general questions. You call that general moral theology. Or moral theology of principles, you could say. All right. So it asks questions about what is the nature of Christian life as it is practically lived. So it raises general questions. What is the strategy that we shall adopt in order to respond correctly to this invitation that God gives us in and through His revelation, etc.? It asks general questions like this. And there is another branch of moral theology, specific moral theology. That is to say, how are we to act in specific areas of our human life, human existence, etc.? How do we correctly respond to God's revelation, for example, in the area of human rights? We speak of justice and so on. Justice, human rights. In the area of sexuality. In the area of interpersonal relationship. In the area of business. In the area of politics. How are we to correctly respond to this invitation that God gives us by His revelation in Jesus Christ in specific areas of our life? So you will have many subjects that are taught in moral theology, because moral theology tries to answer that same question. How shall we respond to God and to His revelation in specific areas of our life? And you call that special moral theology. So you will have many courses. You will have a course on justice, you have courses on virtues, you have courses on marriage, on sexuality. You have various aspects of moral theology being treated in different tracts, different treatises in moral theology, right? Our consideration here in this course is general moral theology. General moral theology also goes about answering that question, how shall we respond to God's revelation, which invites us? How shall we respond correctly? In two ways, or in focusing on two things. It focuses on the moral world. And secondly, it focuses on the moral person. The personal aspects of morality, etc. Here, we ask questions like, what makes things right or wrong? What is the meaning of the words, for example, right, not W-R-I-T, R-I-G-H-T, right and wrong, good and evil, sin or virtue and sin. What's the significance of these words, meaning of these words? What do you think? Is right and good same? What do you think, Bhakyanathan? Is right and good same? When I ask that question, it means, is that which is right always good? Or is that which is good always right? No. So that which is right will not always be good. Sometimes it will be bad, is it?
But it will be for others it is bad.
For you it is good.
Sometimes for me it is good, but it may not be others.
Others good. Give me an example. Think about an example of what is right.
In effect, I may take, if we kept 2 biscuits, I may hungry, so I may take 2 biscuits. Some other comes, they'll feel they also want. So
So
It
you
is
are doing,
for me.
are you doing that which is right?
No, it is may not be right for her, but for me it is good. No.
It is good. What you are saying is, what might be good may not always be right. Right. But in the reverse, what is right, will there always be good?
Yes, sir. Because of it is right. This
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. You take a break, we come back. We have 3 lectures on the go, I think, right? After that, a cup of tea. Right. Go out, go out. So I was asking you that question, whether what is right is always good. Conversely, what is good is always right. What is right anyway? I'll discuss that in another section a little more elaborately. What is right? When would you say that something is right and something is wrong? Something is right, something is wrong. Something is good, it's easier to understand. All right. Something is good for me, may not be good for you. If I am suffering from diabetes, sugar is not good for me. But sugar is good for you, right? So what helps a person, you could say, is that which is good. What harms a person is bad, evil. You could describe good and evil that way. All right. What helps a person is good. What harms a person is evil. Right? Of course, a lot of things. Studying, for example, you might find not so good. Yeah, because it involves concentration. It involves fasting from, abstaining from other things, right? Watching a movie and a dance or something is more entertaining than studying moral theology, brother. About breaking our head about what is right, wrong, etc. So you might think that is, yeah, is it really good for you? Yeah, that's a point. So you'll have to, there are other factors that we needed to take into account when you say what might be actually good for you. Good for you is not doing what you like, right? Whatever you like, if you do, you might find yourself destroyed. You like alcohol, you drink, and that can destroy you, right? You think it is good for me, but it's not good for you, right? So when we say what is truly helpful to a person is good, and what is destructive, harmful to a person is evil. But when you come to that which is right and wrong, we have to take into account other factors, not only about what is good to an individual, something more than that, because we live along with other people. As I asked him what might be good, bad, he spoke about immediately relationship with other people. All right. I have one piece of, or two pieces of fish and two people to eat. You automatically know how many pieces of fish you must take. All right. And so he says he likes two pieces of fish because it is good for me, and he takes all or both the pieces. And the other guy who comes a little late, he doesn't get one. All right. Has he done good or evil? Has he done right or wrong? Good, we have already described. Right and wrong. See, when you are sincere and correct about two things, when you speak about right, we are speaking about two things. There's an objective aspect of being right, that is correctness. Correctness. And being sincere. When you are sincere, that is to say, your sincerity of intentions, your motivational process are correct. You call yourself sincere. Correctness has to do with some objective criteria. There's something, that is required objectively. For example, in a classroom, what is a student expected to do? What is the correct thing for a student to do? A student can do a lot of things. He can bring his mobile, he can bring another book, he can study, read, send messages to his friends, etc. A lot of things you can do. Or you can also disturb others by making noise, etc. When you speak of a classroom, you are speaking about a setting, an objective setting. Yes or no? Yeah. Objective setting. And there is a correctness of behavior which corresponds to this setting. You understand that? So when you speak of correctness, you are speaking of correspondence to some objective reality, objective criterion. Correspondence to reality is correct, right? And then, of course, you have to have sincerity of action. If Brother Sabio is constantly looking at me as though he is very attentive, yeah, only to fool me, all right, his action is not correct. I mean, you wouldn't call this a right action, although he is doing, and he is very happy. Habit, yes. He looked very holy. Yeah. And what is your name?
I'm Susairaj.
Susairaj, order of Minims. Where was it founded? I'm hearing first time this one. Italy. Long ago? Yeah. 600 years already. Oh. You're a large community in the world?
But in India, we are.
So you come late into the country. Wonderful. Anyway, yeah. You are here. Important thing is that you are here. Yeah. So, correctness and sincerity. I was speaking about sincerity. So he was very happy when I said that you're not being sincere if you're doing something only to please the teacher or, to appear to be pleasing, etc. In your heart, those motivational processes are not correct. They do not correspond to reality. All right. That's where sincerity comes in. So when you are sincere in your intentions and correct in your actions, you say that is a right action. Do you understand that? Sincerity and correctness. Correctness means correspondence to reality in your action. Right? I spoke to you about a classroom setting. In a classroom setting, this is an objective reality. All right. You insert yourself in this setting, which means you cannot go to sleep, for example. You cannot put your, head on your arms and rest your head. That may not be a correct action because this action does not correspond to this setting of a classroom. Classroom has a structure, right? It has a process. It has a function. So your action must correspond to this structure, this process, this function. Right? Otherwise, it is a wrong action. If you suddenly raise your hand and say, ha hoo, all right, yeah. This is a wrong action in the setting of a classroom because it doesn't correspond to the structure of a classroom, its processes, its functions, etc. You understand that? Yeah. But that alone is not sufficient. As I said to you, something inside also must happen. There has to be sincerity of intention in order for an action to be right. So an action could be wrong because of inside problem or outside problem. So yeah, you could have inside problem and then your action would not be right. And an action may not be right when it is not correct. So sincerity and correctness constitute rightness or wrongness of action, of course. If you are insincere, you could say right and wrong. Good. Generally, but if you insist too much on that which is right, sometimes we end up legalistically. The Pharisees who criticized Jesus about, or Jesus' disciples about plucking ears of corn. You understand? Ears of corn. On a Sabbath day, they criticized. All right. Jesus said, no. They were speaking of right so much on correctness, and you become a little rigid. Legalism might become a problem in a person's life. So that's why I'm saying, generally speaking, that which is right is always good. But if you insist too much on that which is right, all right, then you might have a little problem. You may not take into account the situation of the individual when he is hungry, right? So if there is a rule, for example, in the seminary, no one enters the kitchen. That which is right is that you should not enter the kitchen. But you're very hungry and you're starving and you're about to die. Should you enter the kitchen or not enter the kitchen? You should. That's why I'm saying, generally speaking, that which is right is always good. We must seek that which is right. But sometimes that which is right, when you insist too much on that, then it may not be good in a concrete situation in the life of an individual, etc. Likewise, that which is good may not always be right. Remember, losing your tooth. I lost two of my teeth in front. Yes, I put on a danger. Yeah. Losing your teeth, is it good or bad? Going to a dentist in order to pull out a tooth, brother, is it good or bad?
Bad.
It's bad, it's painful. All right? But it's the right thing to do. Yes or no? Yes. So sometimes we have to do evil, not so good things, in order to do that which is right. Your companion in an examination in moral theology is asking, psh, psh, what is the meaning of this word? Will you help him or not help him? Will you or will you not?
No.
In the words, you will not do something that will help him because that's not the right thing to do, right? Yeah. So remember, there's a little difference between that which is right and that which is good, and that which is wrong and that which is evil, etc. Good and bad, we use it in the sense, a subjective sense. Right and wrong, we use in an objective sense of that term, etc. But remember, I will take up this issue further later on about when you come to discuss values, etc. We'll talk about this further. But at the moment, I leave. So this branch of theology, focusing on the moral world, moral theology asks this type of questions: what is right, what is wrong? It speaks about virtue, it speaks about sin, it speaks about conscience of an individual. What's the role of conscience of an individual, and so on. So all this is discussed. Not conscience of an individual. What is right? I was speaking about moral world. All right. So conscience, etc., will come under this section, moral person. Right. So what is right? What is wrong? How are we to be as moral agents in a general way as we seek to respond to God's invitation through his revelation, etc. So these are questions that are asked by this branch of theology while it focuses on the moral world. What's the role of law, for example, in morality? But general moral theology also focuses on the moral person. I got a little confused between both now. So it asks a question: who are we to be as moral agents as we respond to God's revelation? What is the role of conscience? How do we, develop that aspect of ourselves which we call or describe by the term a virtuous person or a non-virtuous person, a vicious person, whatever, So those are aspects that we discuss in this section of moral theology. So I said moral theology goes about discussing its subject matter from two angles. First, from a general perspective, that is to say, from the point of view of principles, etc. You can also say that's moral theology that deals with principles. All right. What is right, wrong, etc. Those are issues. But of course, that I mentioned this especially here. We are speaking about the general nature of Christian life and how are we to respond to this invitation that God gives us. What is this general strategy, etc. All right. And then we also discuss how are we to behave in specific fields, specific areas of our life, in the area of sexuality, in the area of human rights, human relationships, in the area of business, in the area of economics and ethics, etc. Economics and politics, etc. How are we to respond to God's revelation? And that we call specific moral theology. And then I went on to say general moral theology discusses its subject matter from two general angles as well. One, looking at the moral world. It's a kind of objective discussion on moral principle, what is right, what is wrong, etc. As I mentioned to you there, what is virtuous, what is not virtuous, and so on. What's the role of law in our moral life? So all those things are discussed here. Is morality objective or subjective? Is it something that we make up, or is it something that is decided for us, by not by authority, by reality, I would say. Yeah. So those issues are discussed under this section, moral world, and then you have another branch of general moral theology that focuses on the moral person. Who are we as we respond to God's revelation? Yeah. What's the role of freedom in morality? What's the role of conscience? How do we develop virtues or become vicious people who are filled with vices, etc. So what is sin, which is a wrong action, etc. So we deal with this in this section as well. So as a subject matter for this course, we are taking this branch of moral theology, general or fundamental moral theology as it is described. And we'll focus on issues of the moral world as well as of the moral person, etc. All right. So that's a general introduction to moral theology. Now I go on to ask another question. What is morality? It's one thing to say, or speak of moral theology. It's another thing to speak about morality. All right. Moral theology studies morality. The subject matter of moral theology is morality. All right. What is morality? Anyway, anybody, what do you understand by the term morality? You can freely answer, please. Whatever you say in this classroom is right. Sometimes it may not be relevant, but it is right all the same. All right, respond. Brother Susai Raj, speak. What is morality? What do you think? If you don't answer, I will ask Brother Subin. Yeah. Pardon? Morality is being virtuous. Is it? What about developing vices in people's life? People develop vices as well. Nobody is fully virtuous, right? You are a good man, but there are also a lot of wrong things in your life. Yes or no? It's the same applicable to me too. Huh?
That becomes vice.
That becomes vice. So morality has only to do with virtue and vice. What about what we spoke about right and wrong? Has it anything to do with right and wrong, or only virtue and vice? Not, it has nothing to do with the right and wrong. You are virtuous, you are right. So by what measure do you measure when you say if you are virtuous, you are right? Virtue is a kind of habit inside you, right? It is something that you wear as part of your character, all right? When you say that this is right, you are using a measuring rod outside you. Yes or no? So what is that? Has that anything to do with morality? Yeah. So morality is a kind of complex reality. We can't quite describe morality in a definition or something because it's very complex. All right. But anyway, we will try to understand what morality is in this section. So what is morality? We start off with a statement that people differ in their moral opinions or conclusions, etc. People differ in their moral conclusions or opinions or the moral positions that we take, etc. Many people in our world consider divorce to be right. When a marriage doesn't work, when a husband and wife are making help for each other, the right thing to do is to divorce. Right? What do you think? Is it right or wrong?
Legally right.
Legally right, but for you, would you consider divorce as right?
No.
Why?
Because our faith does not support that.
Your faith does not support that divorce. And therefore, you say divorce is wrong.
I'm also convinced that it is.
It's the right thing or wrong thing.
But I am convinced that it is the right thing, but the society may not, and the legal society may not
Accept that. All right. A lot of people consider abortion to be, a right thing to do. Yeah, when a child is unwelcome, it is better not to bring it into this world for whatever reason. Better to kill it as early as possible. All right. So we have abortion as a legal thing, but many people consider it also the right thing to do. Many women who stand for their rights, etc., they say it's my body, I deal with it in a way I choose. Please give me that freedom. All right. So many would consider abortion to be right in their life. But there are many others who would say this is a terrible evil. Killing an infant. Even animals don't do this. All right. But we human beings, in a premeditated manner, eliminate a baby before it is born. And this is a terrible evil, some people would consider, right? So people differ in their moral conclusions. If I ask you a question, whether you, as I said to you, both of you are sitting, he is your friend, and his superiors have told him, if you don't do theology well, you are out of the seminary. And he is trying to answer this question in the moral theology examination, and he is saying, please help me. I don't understand this. All right, help me. Will you pass your paper to him or not, in order to save his vocation, etc., his future? Will you help or will you not help? Pardon?
I can help.
You can help, or you won't? You can't. You wouldn't help. You would not help him at all. What do you think? Any of you would help here? You would help? I see. Here is a compassionate man, a kind-hearted individual who says, after all, he's my friend. If I don't help him in time of need, what is my friendship, etc. So he helps him. So we have now two opinions. One saying, no matter what, examination is an examination and there is no cheating here, no helping, etc. All right. So brother, when you play basketball, all right, do you play basketball or football? Yeah, football, all right. When you're very kind to one of your opposing players, all right, and you're near your goal post and you say, let me help him, poor fellow, nobody passes the ball to him, so you give a ball to him. Will you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Anyway, gentlemen, every setting, as I mentioned to you, our life has different settings. And in each of those settings, we are governed by certain principles, rules, norms, etc. That's the way we can play the game of life. It's in the football field, you have one set of rules. In the basketball field, you have another set of rules. You can't practice what you practice in the basketball field, in a basketball ground, in the football field. In the basketball field, you use you use your hand. And if you catch the football, the referee would blow the whistle. All right, handball, and you do it in the penalty area, you lose the game. Right? So you have to follow those rules. And in the setting up an examination, right, you have certain rules. Yeah. So morality, it's not about these moral conclusions. People differ in our moral conclusions. There is more to morality than simply the moral conclusions that we arrive at. So the first statement that we are making is, it's obvious that people differ in their moral conclusions. But if you delve further, into this process, as I was describing for you now, morality is not just about, being a virtuous person or something. There are other factors that are involved in morality. In order to measure whether you are virtuous or not, you have to take into account other factors. Morality is not about arriving at moral conclusions which you think is perhaps the right, or which you think are perhaps the right conclusions. It's more. So when you delve deeper, we have to move from what, this is what of morality. What of morality? What are the conclusions we arrive at? What is your opinion on these things? On divorce, on abortion, cheating in examination, or being truthful, telling a lie, etc. What is your opinion, moral conclusion? But we have to move from the what to the how of morality. Morality. How do we arrive at these conclusions? On what criteria do we base these conclusions on? What is the process by which we arrive at this conclusion? Right. We have to consider this. So, when we want to understand morality, we need to move from the what to the how of morality. How do we do morality? How do we arrive at moral conclusions? How do we judge certain things to be right, certain things to be wrong, etc.? What are the factors that are involved here? And then, of course, you realize that there are various things that are involved in morality. There are principles. Some people stick on principles. Brother Sabio, he said, I will not help him in the examination. All right. And this brother, what's his name? Who? Robin. He, true to his word, Robin Hood was a man who helped, who helped the poor. Very good. You're keeping your moral conclusions in correspondence with your name, Robin Hood, right? Very good. You purposely did this? No. You didn't associate your answer with him. You didn't. Very good. But when you see there is a connection, right? Anyway, so according to him, he would help his neighbor. He would pass, and when the teacher is looking the other way, he would pass his paper to his companion. He says that's the right thing to do in the situation. So sit next to him, brother, during an examination or especially. And don't sit next to Sabio or this brother. Who was the other guy who said yes? What's your name? Who? Akil. A-K. Akil. Very good. So, gentlemen, we have to get beyond the what to how of morality, and the how of morality has to do with sometimes principles. It has to do with other aspects as well, convictions of people, convictions. Yeah. It has to do with sometimes love. St. Augustine, he said, love and do what you may. Yeah. He said, of course, he didn't use the word amare, but he used the word, all right, remember, take delight in love and what you may. Yeah. And others are concerned about consequences, etc. So morality has, various aspects, as it were. Yeah. Morality involves principles, it involves convictions of people, it involves the issue of love, it involves consideration of consequences. You have to consider the consequences of your action for that action to be judged, whether it is right action, wrong action, etc. Okay. So we need to move from the what to the how. One of the things that we notice is that none of us actually, sit in our life and calculatedly develop a moral orientation in our life. Moral orientation is something that is given to us in the process of our growing up, by our parents, by our educators, by our friends. Moral orientation is kind of given to us. Yeah. Psychologists tell us our moral development takes place quite early in our life. By the time we reach the age of 9, 10, etc., our moral formation in its fundamental orientation is already set. Yeah. It's already set. Whether you would be a fair person, just person, honest person, it's already decided, as it were. The orientation is already set very early in our life. None of us actually sit. Have you ever sat, Brother Savio, any day and examined your moral conclusions? What is it based upon? Have you ever thought of these things? No? You're not. None of us do this. But you make moral conclusions. All the time you are saying, this is right, that's wrong, etc. Right? Yeah. So this moral orientation is something that we do not calculatedly develop, but it is something that is given to us, we receive this as a gift, but there is a responsibility as we grow in our personal life towards maturity. We need to bring in a certain deliberateness in this process. We need to re-examine this. What is my moral conclusion based upon? He has to ask that question, is it really right for me to help this, my friend? Or he has to ask that question, is it always, wrong for me to help my companion in an examination or something? He might extend this also outside, not only in an examination. Outside as well. 11 o'clock at night, his neighbor, he's screaming, and he says, 11 o'clock, lights off. No question of, no. He can scream out, I will not do this wrong thing. Violation of this law, I will not do. All right. You can become a little extremistic, right? Legalistic when you stick on that correctness, the faction, and so on. So one may have to bring a certain deliberateness in the process, re-examine, on what is on what are my moral conclusions based upon. Perhaps I need to develop certain aspects of morality so that my moral judgments may be wise, sound, etc. All right. So anyway, in this class, I discuss 5 aspects of morality. We are not dividing morality into 5 parts or something, but we are saying sometimes people base their moral conclusions on these 5 foundations. Actually, each of them is correct. Each of them highlights for us one aspect of morality. But morality is not to be identified with one aspect alone. If you do that, your moral conclusions would be a little extremistic, fanatical, unbalanced or imbalanced, they would be. If you wish your moral conclusions to be sound, balanced, etc. See, morality is like cooking. Yeah. Cooking intends to produce tasty food, and you can produce tasty food only when all the elements are, brought together in a kind of balanced way. If one element is too much, if salt is too much, you may have made excellent food. But if you put a little extra salt, food is spoiled. So morality, developing a balanced moral self has to do with this type of, bringing together these various aspects in a balanced manner. Jesus did that very beautifully. He was very strict about his opinion. If your eye causes you to sin, he said, pluck it out. It is better for you to go to heaven with one eye rather than be burned into hellfire with both eyes. But he didn't go about plucking people's eyes or something. Yeah. When a sinner woman fondled his feet, shedding tears on his feet, washing his feet with her tears and wiping them with her hair, Jesus said to her, you have loved much, you have expressed much love, and therefore you must have been forgiven more sins. God has forgiven you more, and therefore you express this in this gratitude, etc. He had a good word for her. All right. He didn't say, get lost, don't touch me. All right. So we need to look at these 5 aspects of morality as components of morality. And perhaps I say, in order to arrive at a more balanced moral personality, we need to, bring these aspects somewhat deliberately into our moral judgments. We cannot forever, go on making or depending upon the moral conclusions that we have received from the past through our education, etc. We need to re-examine them and perhaps, change some of our moral orientation so that we can become balanced moral individuals and our moral conclusions would be quite balanced, etc. So then, what are these 5 elements? In other words, what are the foundations on which we base our morality? First of all, morality as law. Secondly, morality as inner conviction. Thirdly, morality as personal growth. Fourthly, morality as love. That's an important element. And fifthly, morality as social transformation. A social aspect of morality. Social transformation. I will discuss each of these briefly, in your notes, all of you got the notes, didn't you? Yeah. In your notes, is discussed somewhat elaborately there. You can study that for yourself. Here, see, morality as law. This aspect of morality tells us that morality is, in some sense, connected to objective reality. Objective reality. Morality is not something that we make up. Right and wrong are not something that we make up. Right and wrong has to do with our correspondence to reality, objective reality. It's not about how we feel. Today, the LGBT community, you heard of this community, LGBT community? Yeah, it's one of the leading voices in the shaping of our culture, law, etc. They say, I am inclined in my sexual orientation in this way, and therefore change the law. This is reality. This is normal. Normal for a man to feel sexual orientation or attraction towards a fellow male and a female towards a fellow female. So what's the problem with this? This is how I feel. This is how perhaps I was born with. And therefore, this is the right thing. This is the normal thing. Is it? Is sexuality meant just to fulfill our inclinations or something, or has it to do with more? What do you think? Brother Bhagyanathan, what is sexuality meant for? You understand what sexuality is. Do you have sexuality? No, you don't have. Right. What is it meant for? For reproduction. Only for reproduction? Or is it something more? Anyway, you'll study in moral theology a course on sexuality, on marriage, etc. You study that there. We can't, in this general introductory course, I don't want to bring in all those ideas. But I just want to give an example here. All right. When a person says, I am inclined towards, sexually inclined towards only my sex, male sex. All right. Is he saying the right thing or wrong thing? Has he to be allowed to go ahead and do and say what you're doing is normal? Is it okay? What do you think?
According to his nature, it may be okay.
Pardon?
If you think on his side, it may be okay.
But we are not thinking on his side. There is an objective side to morality. Is there sexuality? Is it just, moving by our inclinations? Or is it to do with an objective order? It is meant for something. Yeah? In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We'll come back and carry forward that discussion. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So, gentlemen, morality as law, that's what we are discussing. And I said that this aspect of morality emphasizes that morality has an objective dimension. Right and wrong are not decided by us. Morality is not a human construct. Morality is above us. It's not something that we produce. Things are in themselves right or in themselves wrong. So morality as law emphasizes that aspect. I was giving you this example of sexuality. All right. Sexuality is meant for something in its objectivity. It's not about what we feel about sexuality or how we are inclined by our sexuality. It's about the objective reality of sexuality itself. It has got its structure, its processes, and its functions. They are all oriented towards certain goals. May not be, as he said, just for reproduction. That's one of the goals, all right. Sexuality involves more. It has to do with, love. It has to do with self-fulfillment, etc. Sexuality is not about your genitals only. It's about what makes you a man. All right. Sexuality is something that is pervasive in your life. It engulfs your entire self. What makes you a man is your male sexuality, right? It has to do with all that you are. You stand as a man, a male. So sexuality gives you gender identity. And of course, it also is a principle of relationship. Because you have sexuality, you are driven towards entering into a relationship with people, etc. Now, you might feel different things about, or rather you are inclined by your sexuality in one way or another. But that doesn't change the objective reality of sexuality. Its structure, its processes, and its functions are oriented towards giving you a sexual identity as well as offering you a kind of goals towards which you must travel. All right. So, that's just an example I was using. It could be about anything else. It may be your speech. What is your speech meant for? Communicate, right? Is it just communication with, management of communication with other people? Has it to do with communication of what is inside you? Yes or no? Yeah. So, this structure of speech, its processes and functions are oriented towards achieving certain goals. In our interaction with other people, we are invited to communicate truthfully. When you have one thing in your mind and you speak another thing, you say, what an idiot he is, in your heart. And you're saying, brother, you are a wonderful individual. All right. Yeah. There's some problem in that communication. It's untruthful communication. Yes or no? Yeah. Because it doesn't correspond to the structure, the process, and the function of communication or speech. So remember, this aspect of morality emphasizes that objective dimension of morality. Morality has an objective dimension. It's not about you making up morality. I decide what is right and wrong, or a government decides what is right and wrong, or a pope deciding what is right and wrong. Very often, because morality stands outside us. Morality is something that is imposed upon us, as it were, by reality. We might sometimes identify this external enforcer of morality with authority figures. We may say, because the church teaches us that something is right, therefore it is right. Is it true? Because the church teaches or the pope teaches something as right, it is right. Would you agree with that? Even pope or the church, when it teaches, if its teaching is in correspondence with the reality, then it is right. Do you understand that? So morality is not just coming from authority figures or something, it's a misunderstanding. Authority figures, even at the highest level, cannot decide right and wrong. When a nation allows its people to, resort to abortion in case of unwanted pregnancies, right? Is it saying it is right for you to perform an abortion, to kill a baby in its mother's womb? The state cannot decide that. It is simply saying it is not a criminal action to perform an abortion. In other words, the state will not interfere and punish you if you perform an abortion. That's what it is saying. It is not deciding on the morality of this. Do you understand that? It cannot decide on the morality. Whether this action is right and wrong, depending upon whether it is in correspondence with the objective reality. That's the aspect that is being highlighted by morality as law, the objective aspect of morality. We cannot overlook this. In Catholic tradition, we have emphasized this aspect of morality a little too much, perhaps. Right. Yeah. But we are used to this. In fact, in our process of growing up, the moral training takes place by imposition, by commands. Do this, don't do this, etc. Right? As a young boy, you lit that flame of the candle and you crawled towards it to catch the flame. Your mother took you away from fire. You cried as though, the world was taken away from you. That time you did not know. But now will you catch the flame on a candle? Because from your experience, it's not good. But it started by an external imposition to teach you what is harmful for you, what is right for you, what is wrong for you, etc. So in the process of growing up, we accept some of those rules and then we analyze them. Some of your parents' diktats you don't accept anymore. You have discarded them. Some of them you just cannot do because they are based upon objective reality. You have to accept them. No matter how old you grow, they will still bind you. Fire will still burn you when you are 70, 80. Brother, you can't say now that I am grown 70, I can play with fire. You cannot. So, that is the objective aspect of morality that is being emphasized by this statement that morality has to do with law. Right? It's not about written laws or something. It's a law of objective reality. Right? So, as I mentioned, since morality is something that is coming from outside us, it's not our creation. We might often associate this with morality coming from authority figures or something, but then I pointed out morality is not created by authority figures as well. Even authority figures' teachings, their doctrines are to be assessed against objective reality. If a doctrine of a teaching of an authority figure is in correspondence with objective reality, we say that is right teaching, otherwise this is wrong. So when you place morality in the setting of the law, usually what motivates people, what fires people to observe the law are words like or experiences like duty, obedience, etc. When you place yourself in the setting of law, you have a duty immediately. Duty to obey the law. Yeah. Obedience becomes, a part of your daily existence. Obedience to laws. Yeah. We are used to this. So what motivates you often is a sense of duty, an invitation to obey, a certain fear of authority, etc. is involved in that. Yeah, a respect for authority and a reverence and so on. All those things are involved. So the focus of morality becomes duty, obedience, etc. They are motivating factors. Yeah. When you are lazy, brother, in the morning, yeah, bell rings at 5:30 to wake you up. You feel duty bound to wake up. Not every day you are jumping out of bed with affection for love or affection or love for God. No. Often you are getting out of bed out of a sense of duty, obligation. Yes or no? Obedience, yes. So those are aspects that are emphasized when morality is based in the setting of law. And the outcome of morality is reward and punishment. If you keep the law, you are rewarded. If you disobey the law, you are punished. It's the same whether you are spanked for doing something wrong when you are young, or you are punished with eternal life, punished with eternal damnation in the setting of your goals of life, etc. If you do evil, brother, in your life, you will be thrown in the outer darkness, Jesus told us. Right? If you don't wear the wedding garment, you'll be thrown out. And there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Yeah. Somebody said gnashing of teeth. Yeah. Gnashing of teeth, yes. And so there was this preacher who was, preaching hellfire and brimstone, etc. And he said there will be gnashing of teeth in that outer darkness. And there was an old woman who was sitting in front who was toothless. He said, "Preacher, how about us who don't have teeth?" And the preacher nonchalantly responded, "Teeth will also be provided." All right, yeah. For those who don't have teeth. Anyway. So, gentlemen, the outcome of morality, when you place morality in the setting of a law, is reward and punishment. Reward and punishment are often seen as coming from outside ourselves, etc. Some authority imposes reward, punishment, etc. Anyway, we move on to the next aspect of morality. Morality as in a conviction. Yeah. That's another aspect of morality. Of course, this aspect of morality is something that develops later in our life. The journey of morality begins often with that aspect of law. We are told to do something and not to do something. Yeah. It is much later we realize for ourselves by experience that, something is right because this is helpful for us, helpful for others, for our relationship, for life together, etc. From our experience, we realize the correctness of this rule, which was originally accepted under obedience. Now we accept it out of conviction. Yeah. So morality also has to do with developing these convictions as we journey forward in our lives, so that the law is internalized When a person develops convictions in his personal life and is directed by inner convictions that this is the right thing to do. You are told when you are young, don't tell lies, don't tell lies. But then in the process of growing up, you begin to see that telling a lie often harms other people and makes you an insincere person, etc. All right. Then you begin to say, no, I shouldn't speak lies, I should speak the truth, etc. You develop that out of your personal experience. And then it forms up inside you as a conviction. And when that happens, it becomes an inner law inside you. You don't need anybody to tell you now to speak the truth. You become your own law. You are convinced that this is the right thing to do, and therefore you will do it. Yes or no? What do you call that in our Catholic tradition? We use one word to describe this moral process. What do you call that? Anybody? Somebody is reading the notes. This is just to test your general knowledge. What do you think? This process of developing inner convictions and making, your inner self as a law, as it were, for yourself, to guide you spontaneously in freedom, etc. You use the word conscience. That's right. Yeah. So Gaudium et Spes, paragraph 16 tells us that deep within himself, man discovers a law which he does not impose upon himself, but which he discovers. And the statement goes on to say that paragraph is a very beautiful description of conscience, etc. The dignity of a person consists in following his conscience. This is a law that is written in his heart because he bears in himself the image of God. And in this area of conscience, a person stands alone with God. Later on in this course, we will discuss a little about conscience as well. So, in our Catholic tradition, we call this process of internalization of morality by the term formation of conscience. And when your conscience is properly formed, it becomes a force. You don't need an external law now. Law is swallowed, internalized. Your insight tells you to do something, not to do something. And when you have done something wrong, it accuses you. When you have done something right, it appreciates you. You feel peace, as it were. So, when this conviction, as I said to you, our moral journey often begins with morality as law. But later on in our life, we develop inner convictions. You stand on your own and guide your life. And that's moral maturity. You don't need authority figures to tell you what is right, what is wrong, etc. You spontaneously act in freedom, etc. That's developing moral convictions in your life, forming your conscience and conscience guiding you, and so on. So the focus of morality then becomes integrity, authenticity. In the previous case, I might as well write those things down so that you have a good picture of that. I put as a table there towards the end of that section, morality as law. The focus the outcome, etc. The focus when morality as law, or morality, that aspect of morality is emphasized, then it is duty, obedience, etc. And then when we look at that aspect of morality as inner conviction, what motivates a person, what drives a person, what gives him energy is this drive for integrity. Being honest with oneself, being authentic in his life. Authenticity, integrity. He wishes not to violate himself, and therefore he does that which is right. So don't, this also can be caricaturized, just like law. Morality as law can be caricaturized, thinking it is authority figures who decide right and wrong. This also can be caricaturized or misunderstood, saying what I decide for myself is right, and what I decide wrong is wrong. If I develop conviction that something is right, then of course it is right. If I develop a conviction that it is wrong, then it is wrong. That is not correct. That is a misunderstanding of morality as inner conviction. We need also to see whether our convictions are in correspondence with the objective reality. Yeah. Because sometimes people of deep conviction, unshakable conviction, can cause a great deal of harm to other people. Hitler was a man of great conviction, you see. But his convictions were wrong convictions because it wreaked havoc in the lives of people, great deal of destruction for his own people and for the rest of the world, etc. So remember, we need to check on our convictions as well, whether this is in correspondence with objective reality. That's why it's very important to look at that objective aspect of morality, which is emphasized by morality as law. We must also see whether our convictions are in correspondence with the objective reality. If not, we need to correct and change our convictions. Yes. So then the focus of morality becomes integrity, authenticity. Here, the outcome of morality, when you say morality as law, is reward and punishment. Reward and punishment. And here, this would be inner peace. Inner peace. Or inner disturbance, or disquiet, we could say. This is not something that someone from outside us impose. Reward and punishment are often imposed by authority from outside, whether it is God or your rector. But this is something that results from inside ourselves. Peace, disquiet, etc. When you have acted in accordance with your conviction, with your conscience, then of course there is inner peace. You may be suffering intensely, physically or otherwise, but you have deep peace within yourself. But when you have acted against your conscience, not in accordance with your conviction, etc., there could be great disquiet, disturbance, guilt feelings, regrets, etc., which can be sometimes much more disturbing than receiving some punishment or something. Yeah. Thirdly, morality as personal growth. See, here the moral discussion is further widened. Yeah. The first two aspects of morality highlight for us morality from the point of view of actions. If one of your actions is in accordance with the law, it is right. If not, it is wrong. The first aspect of morality says that morality is law. The second, morality as inner conviction, says if one of your actions is in accordance with the law, it is right. If not, it is wrong. It tells you that. But the third aspect widens our moral discussion to include the moral person. The moral person. This is now, the discussion is now on the moral person. Underlying this discussion is the idea that every one of our actions has two effects. One, an external effect. Another, an internal effect. Every one of our actions has that. When I tell a lie to you, brother, yeah, this action has one effect, which is outside me. So you ask me how to go to the city. I want to, kind of mislead you, and I tell you, don't go that way, go the opposite way. I tell you a lie, all right? I have caused injustice to you. I have done wrong to you. But I am also doing something to myself by this act of lying. Do you understand that? When I lie repeatedly, I become a liar. Right? When you think lustful thoughts, brother, over and over again, you become a lustful man. Yeah. There is always an internal effect for our actions. Whatever it be that you do, right? So this aspect of morality highlights that internal effect much more than the external effects your action causes. Your actions have deeper and lasting effect upon what you do, right? You are becoming, the type of person that you act out. That's what this is saying. So morality has to do with personal growth of an individual. There are several things that are highlighted for us by this aspect. As I said to you, moral discussion becomes wider. It's by including the moral agent in our discussion. There is also certain fluidity and dynamic quality about morality that is being highlighted here. Morality is something that is, flowing and dynamic. It's not something that is fixed. The first two approaches, focusing on the actions, make morality a little static. If your action is in accordance with the law, it is right. If it is not, it's wrong. If the second aspect highlights, if your action is in accordance with your inner conviction, it's right, otherwise it is wrong. But this aspect of morality highlights that morality is something that we acquire in the course of time. Chastity and justice are not like a chicken sitting somewhere. That one day we catch hold of chastity and say, here I have chastity in my pocket. When will we catch hold of chastity, brother? Yeah, when will you catch hold of chastity?
I make my consecrations.
You already caught hold of chastity.
You cannot catch.
That is what is being highlighted here. Chastity, justice, fidelity, honesty, these things are something that we seek every day. In this moment, brother, you have to be a chaste person. When you have a lustful thought, you have to change that thought into one that is in correspondence with your commitments, your vocation, all right? That is being chaste, right? This is true now in your life. How old are you? 29, yeah. When you are 79, it will also be the same. You still have to change your thoughts. And when you develop this ability to turn your mind to that which is right in the area of sexuality, then you are said to have the virtue of chastity. Virtue is a power. All right. So in Catholic tradition, this aspect of morality is usually highlighted by that term virtue and vice. So this personal growth aspect spoken of in terms of virtue and vice, or virtues and vices. Remember, virtue is a power. It's a power that we develop through repeated practice, etc. A power to be chaste, a power to be honest. In a situation that challenges us to lie, we are able to say the truth. Despite it brings adverse consequences for us, we are able to stand by the truth. You have developed that power. It's a power. You could fail tomorrow. One day you could be a very truthful man. Next day you could be a lying idiot. Yeah, remember. It's the same. One day you could be extremely chaste. Another day you could slip into deep lust. Yeah. That's why I'm saying this aspect of morality highlights for us a certain fluidity about morality. Morality is something that, grows in an individual, and that growth aspect also keeps you very vulnerable in your life. You could grow upward or you could fall downward any moment. So morality has to do with this, dynamic and fragile aspect of our existence, etc. Nobody can be very secure about his being good, upright, etc. Your righteousness, which is today, may turn out to be very unrighteous tomorrow, in time of temptation, etc. So all this is highlighted here in this aspect of morality as a person, as personal growth. There is also another aspect I must highlight. See, this aspect of morality also highlights for us that our actions may have different significance. Yeah. When seen in the context of our overall life, our actions can have varying significance. Same action may have different significance. Same action, different significance. See, I'll give you this example of John and Peter drinking one bottle of liquor. One bottle is too much. Let us say half a bottle of liquor. Both are drinking half. Peter. Half bottle of liquor. He is also drinking half. Now, are these two actions same, or do they have them significance? That depends when you see it in the context of their overall life. John was a drunkard. He was an alcoholic. He used to drink 3 bottles of liquor every day. And then he underwent a conversion experience. And he began reducing his drinking from 3 to 2, 2 to 1. Now he has reached half. Whereas Peter never used to drink. But he suspected his wife to be unfaithful, etc. In order to forget his trouble, he drank, and he is drinking. First he drank half a bottle, then 1, then 2. Now he has, first 1 ounce and 2 ounces. Now he has reached half a bottle of liquor. So what do you think? Are these two actions, to be weighed in the same manner? Yeah. Do they have the same significance? So this is a point. So morality as personal growth highlights for us this aspect that our moral actions, similar actions done by two people may have completely different significance. Here, in the case of John, drinking half a bottle signifies a process of conversion, whereas in the case of Peter, it's just the opposite. He is falling into a trap, deeper and deeper. Right. So these aspects of morality are highlighted for us by this understanding of morality as personal growth. Of course, in our Catholic tradition, we highlight this aspect of morality by pointing out to these two sets of words that we use to describe human character, virtues, vices, etc. So when a person develops these habits, there are kind of three internal habits. When you speak of virtues, which are the virtues you think first? Which are the virtues? Pardon? Who? Love. All right. Is that what you think first? Yeah. You speak of love. What else? Charity, not love. Yes, you like to change that word. Love means what? And charity means, charity is, are you using that word charity as throwing some coins to a poor person who begs? You give charity. Pardon? So you would like to change this word love into charity. All right. So we have the theological virtues of faith, faith, hope, and charity. They are kind of internal habits in us. Remember, a virtue is a good habit, a settled disposition of doing good. It's developing a power to act in a particular way. Virtue is that, a power to act in a particular way, in a right way. You would call it virtue. And when you develop or when you lose your ability to act in one direction, when you allow something to take hold of you, guide you. Suppose a dog is to wag its tail, brother, right? A dog is to wag its tail. Supposing the tail wags the dog, then what happens? Instead of the tail, the dog wagging the tail wags the dog. What do you think? That's what happens when a vice is developed. The tail wags the man, basically. Your appetite wags you. A habit of drinking so dominates a man's life, he does nothing else other than to serve drinking. Yeah. Unfortunate this is. If you seriously think about these things, they can become motivational factors that you don't fall into these habits. I see young people, priests whom I have taught here in this classroom, go into, ordination 1 year into priesthood. They are becoming alcoholic. 4 o'clock in the morning, they are drinking. They don't drink, they are shaking, their hands are shaking. It's very unfortunate, but this is happening, yes. Very much a reality. It could fall upon me, it could fall upon you, unless and until we develop an ability to, keep things where they belong. They are our appetites, they are our desires, they're all good. I'm not saying any of this is evil or sin or whatever. They're all good things. But it's up to us to use them correctly, in a manner which is helpful to us, helpful to others, etc. That brother is already smiling. When will I become ordained? I'll go out there and have a swig, a big swig, and allow this tail to wag me. It's the same whether it is the tail of alcohol or the tail that you have in the groin. Yeah, it's the same. Sometimes people are dominated by this. Yeah, you spend 12 years, 13 years trying to become a priest. 1 year into priesthood, someone stirs up your loins and you immediately leave. Yeah. Later on they regret these things. Later on they regret. But in the immediacy of life, this becomes an overwhelming factor that it swallows up this individual. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it happens. Right? So this morality as personal growth awakens us to this aspect of morality, that we are volatile people, fragile people. Morality is about constantly growing in one direction towards that virtuous life. Yeah. And that means developing these threefold internal habits of faith, hope, and charity, which are called what virtues? What are they called? These three virtues are theological virtues. Why are they called theological virtues? No.
Maybe it is mentioned in the Bible by Saint Paul.
All right. They are gift of God, basically. All right. Yeah, that's one reason Paul mentions in Corinthians chapter 13, 1 Corinthians chapter 13, he mentions about faith, hope, and charity, and he established the supremacy of charity, etc. When we have met the object of our faith, faith will cease. Faith will be replaced by vision. All right. Yeah. When our hopes are fulfilled, we reach contentment. But charity will always be an ongoing experience. All right. So Paul says, faith and hope will cease, but charity will endure forever. Right? Yeah. So those internal habits. But then there are also other external habits that help us to enable, help us to relate us with others, with the world, etc. What are those virtues?
Sincerity.
There are so many of them you can mention, but they're all summed up in 4 virtues. What are they called? You studied in your catechism. All right. So there are 3 theological virtues and 4 what virtues? Yeah? Cardinal virtues. That's right. So these are theological virtues because they are given to us by God. The immediate, direct object of these virtues are God. Faith, hope, and charity have God as the immediate and direct object. Anytime you can walk into the presence of God and say, God, I believe in you. I hope in you. I love you. Nothing comes in between you and God. But the other virtues help us to arrive at God through something. Justice helps us to come to God through respecting the rights of other people, being fair in our life to others, etc. So they put us in touch with God through something, whereas these theological virtues place us directly in touch with God, and that's why they are called theological virtues, etc. So faith, hope, and charity, and then cardinal virtues. Cardinal virtues. This has nothing to do with cardinals in the church. All right, these are virtues of the cardinals. These virtues are called cardinal because all other virtues are linked to these 4 virtues. A Latin word, cardo cardinis, means a hinge. Cardo cardinis. C-A-R-D-O. The genitive form of that word is cardinis. Cardinis. All right. The nominative is cardo, genitive is cardinis. And from this genitive, you have this word, cardinal. You know what a hinge is? Hinge? Yeah, you have hinges which connect the plank of the door to the lintel of the door. those little mechanism, you call them hinges. Since all other virtues are linked to these four cardinal virtues, they are called cardinal virtues. And what are they? Yeah. Temperance, very good. Justice, temperance. Fortitude or fortitude? Fortitude, all right. And, pardon? Fortitude and courage are two things, is it? He is reading from the note, but he read one twice. Yeah. Justice, prudence, or prudence, you should say prudence, justice, temperance, and courage, fortitude. So those are four cardinal virtues. You mention any virtue, you could actually connect it to one of these virtues. I don't want to go into that discussion. In that course on virtues, you will study the connections between other virtues and cardinal virtue, etc. Yeah, these are families of virtues, you could say. These four families of virtues: justice, temperance, prudence, and fortitude, etc. So, in the Catholic tradition, we have these seven virtues, 3 internal habits and 4 external habits that help us to relate to the world. And when you develop them, you develop a good character. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Tomorrow we'll continue that discussion. Please leave, don't wait. What's your name? Johnson. course, you will be happy the teacher doesn't come. That's why I always say teaching is a kind of the most thankless profession, because if a lawyer doesn't go to court, his clients get into trouble, right? If a judge doesn't attend to the court, you have other problems as well. All right, people, their life gets stranded and they are very displeased. In most offices, it is like that. But when a teacher doesn't come to class, the students are extremely happy. If you notice that, right? So, gentlemen, we have to do methodology. First, I'll make some general comments and then we will read. There's nothing very special. I put down those methodological indications there in the notes. I want you to note, this is something that you have to practice actually. There's no point in lecturing on these things. So we will read them in the classroom, and I will want you to make, note for yourself what is written there and then copy. But many students are just not able to do that. I don't know why. They're not able to look at this and then annotate their work or whatever when they give footnotes, etc. So many mistakes. Yes. So much so, sometimes I have had to fail students in methodology. Yeah. Ask them to, you'll be asked to write a paper for this as an examination, in which, in about 5-6 pages, you can include as much, annotations as possible, variety of annotations as possible, so that you can exhibit your ability to, both understand as well as to put into practice what you studied, etc. So that's the examination for this. On the first day itself, I announce on any topic of your choice. All right, write a paper, scientific paper. All right, paper with an introduction, with a body as well as a conclusion, but annotated. Annotated means you give references, right? In the world of ideas, sometimes we borrow concepts from people, theories from people, concepts from people. Sometimes we borrow words from people, sentences and words. All right. So where you borrow sentences, words, exactly, direct quotation, you have always to put inverted commas and refer to, where you're drawing your material from. This is most of the papers about that. Towards the end, I have said something about punctuation, how to use punctuation, how to order your work, etc. As systematization of, in which way we can organize, like chapter 1, section 1 and subsection and subsection, how to number them, etc. Those are small details there. And towards the end, I have given some ideas about punctuation, when are we to use commas, and if you study these things, good for you. Because I notice that many priests are not able to write anything correctly. Even to write an invitation on a feast day, invite people. So many mistakes. Yeah. These are things I think we should learn. We are educated men. We should be able to write competently and correctly. How to write dates, how to write time, how to write figures. These are things that we must learn. So the last 2 pages are about that, writing dates and time and figures and so on. Yeah, how to write. So basically, this course on methodology of 15 lectures, it's about suggesting some techniques to you, how to go about writing, writing research papers, and above all, how to annotate them. That's an important thing, because writing itself depends on you. I cannot write for you in this methodology class. You have to read. I can only say you read. Yeah, but you have to read. You have to arrange your thoughts. in the manner in which it is suggested. And then you have to, give reference to the material that you draw from. When you draw a direct quotation, you put that in inverted commas. Otherwise, you make a reference, please either confer or compare this with what he has written. All right. So see if you add real in those things. But some general comments, by way of some general comments, I say, in your life, you're in the seminary, man. Yeah. Develop, for your own personal life, a certain method, certain good habits, as I said to you yesterday. All right, yeah. Set aside some time for reading, studying. Bring a little method in your life. Yeah. Who's going to? There's a method here in the seminary. All right. You are asked to, in a general way, you are asked to get up and you are asked to go to the chapel. Things are fixed more or less. Do they ring the bell for getting up? No. So you wake up, but you are expected to be there at 6 o'clock. Yeah, for prayer, etc. All right. This is general expectation. Now, what do you do in the chapel? There's nobody who's going to control you. You can sit there, you can sleep, which most seminarians do. All right, yeah. I sit in the morning. We used to have morning prayers, and then after that, half an hour meditation. During meditation, most seminarians, when you see them from the back, they don't have heads. It's gone. So because of this, they introduced rosary in the morning. Do you all recite rosary in the morning here? You do? Yeah, because of this problem, and have meditation in the evening. This is only transferring the situation. All right. Morning rosary, the first decade is said somewhat loudly. As the year goes by, you will see there are only 4 or 5 people who would be reciting the rosary. The rest of the seminarians have become silent meditators on the mysteries of the rosary. All right, yeah. Develop a certain method for yourself, man. The kind of habits that you develop, you're there for prayer. Pray enthusiastically, loudly, participate actively. Everybody has to make that decision. Yeah, I have to do that. You have to do that. You sit there. Watching your own television, as it were. You may be awake, you may not be asleep, but watching your own television, it's the same thing. These things become habits for you in your life. What you do today, you'll do tomorrow. You will do many years later. I have sat next to a priest. I don't want to boast or something, but or denigrate another person, but all the same, just for an example, sat next to a fellow novice. In those years, he used to sit and shake his leg during meditation time, prayer time. He was very good at sleeping anywhere. Yeah. Even during the responsorial psalm, all right, my shepherd is the Lord, I shall not want. In those 4 lines, the leader reads, my shepherd is the Lord, I shall not want. And shake his leg each time he wakes up. This was a practice he did in novitiate and through philosophy, theology. 20 years later, we met as priests in Missouri. 22 years later, yeah. And he sat next to me and he was doing the same thing. Now he's an elderly priest like me. Yeah, every time we meet, I watch this one. He's doing the same thing. Anytime prayer means. I mean, what are we doing, man? So this is an issue for yourself. All right. If you become alive, I know he's not a happy priest at all. Not a happy priest. He is criticizing the superiors. What, am I making some noise or something? Do you hear some noise from behind? Is it because of this or is it? But it was always hanging over, isn't it? Doesn't matter. You can put it around the neck so that it doesn't shake too much. This fellow is laughing at me. Old people are to be laughed at, man. Go ahead. It doesn't matter to me anymore. People laugh at you or smile at you or happy about you. Does it really matter? Very good. You're a wise man. You're becoming wise. Anyway, gentlemen, I was saying there, do something, pick yourself up, introduce a certain method in your personal life. You're praying, pray. Actually, pray, man, participate. It will stand good for you. You discover, your personal relationship with your God in the course of your life. No day you will spend in sadness or something. You never have to, because you have a, mystery present in your heart, which delights you. Yeah. Whether you get good food, bad food, your companion treats you badly, or your superiors don't assign you properly, what does it really matter? Yeah. Your life is delightful because you have discovered something very intensely personal, etc. So that's a kind of blessing that comes to you when you truly insert yourself in these processes in the seminary, praying. Yeah. Because what happens in your mind, who knows, brothers? Only you know. What you're doing during prayer time, you're sitting there very piously. But what you're doing actually, you may be, for all you may be conspiring how I am going to. That fellow insulted me. You may be conspiring for 1 hour, looking at the tabernacle, how we are going to retaliate. Or composing anonymous letters against one of your companions or your superior or whatever. Who knows what you might be doing? I'm saying these things because I really wonder. I was just before after I came here, this was. Yeah. Bishop consulted me, what do I do with a priest who, instigates a layperson against his fellow priests, 2 of them. He sends a message or something and, publish these things. He has put very systematically, he has some 8-9 points. He has very beautifully written. Publish this. After some time, of course, the bishop pulled the man up because somebody recorded. Nobody knows who has written. It's an anonymous letter, but well composed. And then this priest seems to have, communicated to that lay person, and they wanted to trap him, you see. So they recorded his voice, and they passed on this as evidence against this priest. To some extent, it was conspired by another priest, actually, against this priest who was doing this. Anyway, bishop had consulted, I suggested something for this. And then 3-4 days after, the priest is writing to me, Father, I am in trouble. This happened. Actually, I did not formulate these things. This was formulated by another priest. Yeah, I only forwarded this. All right, now what do? They'll punish me because the evidence is against me. Yeah, I am not the principal agent. I am only a cooperator. Now what do? So you write a defense for him. Our priestly life is wasted like this, man. Yeah. Simply, for what we are doing this? If I say something evil against you, write anonymous letters, what do I get out of this, brother? By damaging your good name, or you get something out of this when you do that? That is why I'm saying, don't waste your time on useless things. We are men of God. We have left home, man. Father and mother and brother and sister, and would-be family, wife, children, etc. I hope you are not left behind wife and children. Yeah, would be. All right. Yeah. Had you lived there, you would have had one. You have left all these things. For what purpose, man? To indulge in this type of activities or something. That's why during seminary formation, cultivate good habits, good patterns of thinking. Yeah. Fill your mind with good thoughts, man. Blessing. Wake up every day to see the sunrise and the greenness of leaves and the colors of flowers. Feel the wind and taste the food. Whatever food, sufficient. Most of us will grow fat. You may complain against seminary food, etc. But you can weigh yourself now. And when you leave the seminary, you will have gathered some weight. You have been fed well, sufficient. Don't get overfed. Yeah. Thanks be to God. To taste these things in our personal life and be delighted every day. Yeah. And not spending, want to stay healthy? Think good thoughts first. Check the kind of thoughts that they go on. Health has not to do with, ailments. Sometimes you pick up infections, etc., this type of diseases that come from outside. But most people don't have that type of trouble. They suffer from, lifestyle diseases, heart troubles and, cancer and this type of thing. But I'm not doing anything to this. All right. Still it is making noise. Anyway, so fill your mind with good thoughts. This is a methodology of life, man. From my personal experience, I tell you, I have stayed free of medicine in life. Yeah. I am 70, going on 71. Yeah. I am very happy. Now something will happen, my teeth are falling off and so many things will happen. We'll die. Slowly we will disintegrate and die all right. But to have lived without medicine for 70 years, Scripture assigns 70 years as the fullness of life. 80 for those who are strong. All right. I don't consider myself very strong. But 70 years I lived free of medicine. Yeah. And I attribute this to basically the kind of thoughts that go on in our mind and in our heart. Check yourself. Develop a method to keep watch over the type of thoughts that go on. Remember, every thought is linked to an emotion. This is not a joke. Every thought is linked to an emotion. Remember, emotions are perceptions overflowing into physical reactions. That's what an emotion is. Emotion of anger. You understand something, in other words, you are thinking something, and that is having its effect on your body. Angry thoughts are like this. So remember, an emotion is a perception, a seeing, understand. You have a thought in your mind, but your body is reacting. Your face becomes red if you are fair. It becomes darker if you are dark. Yeah. Because you know why? Why people who are dark like me become darker when we become angry? Do you know why? Don't. Because there is more blood flow to the head. Blood flow to the digestive system slows down. This is a time of danger. And therefore, quick decisions have to be made. A lot of blood flow to the brain. Yeah. Your eyes widen so that you can see your enemy better. And there is a chemical called adrenaline that flows in your system, in your bloodstream, which makes you, highly active. When you are driving your car 120 kilometers, adrenaline flows in your system. You are keyed up for action. That's anger. Yeah. It's one perception sometimes, a wrong perception, maybe right perception. But the reactions are in you. When your body is reacting this way in anger, brother, you are looking at me and you are allowing your anger to come up. This is what idiot he is speaking about. Now, what will happen to me? What will happen to me when you look at me angrily and you are thinking angry thoughts and working up adrenaline in your system? What will happen to me? Nothing. But you are ruining yourself. Sitting here quietly or looking at the tabernacle. Do you understand? You ruin your life, man. Your own life. You ruin your health. Anger is meant to last a little while in your life. When someone irritates you, we are supposed to get angry. If I trample on your toes, you should give me a kick. Yeah, get lost. Look where you're going. Fine enough. This you have to do. Anger is a good gift from God. It is meant to be used in specific circumstances, not to be maintained over days and months and weeks. And when you do that, your system fails, man. You develop some pain somewhere. Sometimes you express your emotions by stresses exerted on your skeletal system, muscular system, yeah, or circulatory system. There are 9 systems of the body. Remember, every emotion is connected to glands. Glands. Our mind-body connection takes place this way. Thought linked to emotions, emotions linked to the glandular system, and glands producing juices which affect us favorably or unfavorably. That's the way our life functions. That's why it's so important. You want to stay healthy, brother? Think blessingful thoughts, good thoughts. You can either develop a mentality of a bee or you can develop a mentality of a fly. You can have 1 kilometer of rubbish. If there is one flower, the bee travels that distance to sit on that flower. You may have 1 kilometer of meadows full of flowers, but there is one dead rat in one corner. The fly will go to that dead rat. It won't sit on flowers. What type of mindset do you want to develop? That of a fly or a bee? And that decides your health. That's what I'm saying now. In a general way, gentlemen. See, these are methods that we develop within ourselves, a method of life. You have to take responsibility for this. I have to take responsibility for that. And in the long run, once you develop this as a general habit of thinking, we don't waste too much time about what other people are saying, doing, thinking, etc. It's their business. What he thinks about me is his business. I can tell him, please, don't speak this way or think this way or whatever. I can tell him. After having said once, twice, it's useless for me to waste my time thinking about what he is thinking, how he is looking at me, what he is thinking, etc. I'm ruining my life thinking about him. I have better things to think about. Yeah. So, gentlemen, talking about methodology, I'm just suggesting to you, involve yourself. Seminary is designed with a certain system. This is wisdom in the Catholic Church. All right. Wisdom expressed in a lifestyle. Yeah. Men, who have walked the corridors of religious life or religious communities, seminaries, etc., have achieved great holiness, greatness in terms of scholarship, in terms of uprightness of life, in terms of intense personal happiness in their lives. And all this is kind of placed in a setting of a lifestyle. It is up to you what you want to draw from this. You can develop an escapist mentality, saying if a rector is not there, I won't be there for morning prayers. Yeah. If formators are not there, no problem. We don't participate in much of the activities. Remember, you are developing a habit. You are becoming, this morning, as I said to you, morality as personal growth. This has to do with, every action that you perform has internal effects. Yeah. So, waking up to, this personal responsibility, participating in this seminary system actively, which means you are developing an internal habit, internal method of participation. And a positive participation, active participation, intense participation. This will have very long-lasting effects upon you, both, in the mental habitudes that you develop. If you develop, for example, a system of studying, the discipline of studying, it's very difficult. One of the most difficult things to do is to seat ourselves on a table and to sit and to study and to write something. You develop that ability, it will stand you in good stead, man. When people are saying they are restless because they don't know this during this lockdown time, I've seen men restless. They're waiting for the lockdown to go. You develop this discipline of reading. For me, these were days of intense enjoyment. Yeah. Lockdown, I wish the rest of my life would be lockdown. I didn't have to do anything. Yeah. You could read those things you wanted. I read a few books. I have thousands of books in my collection. All right, yeah. You read, you wrote something whenever you felt like you wrote something. All right. These were times when there was no program on the calendar. Otherwise, you are traveling from one program to another program, one set of classes or retreats or whatever to another, and you have to prepare. This bindas, all right, enjoy it. So, gentlemen, develop this habits. I say, a priest who's reading the Word of God, reflecting on this, and creating new thoughts in his heart and in his mind. I think he can never say, "I have no work. I have no work." No matter where they put you, you have always have something to do. And why do you develop these habits? Don't say after becoming priest and going to the remote mission station, I will develop this ability to, sit to study scripture, reflect, etc. This is the time to develop these. So develop these good habits in your personal life. Take the suggestions that are placed before you by the seminary schedule a little actively. Something as valuable to you personally. Participate in this. Nobody can make you participate. Nobody. You just sleep. Yeah. Sleep through or, lazily going through. You can go through these things. So that's one thing I would suggest you about developing a method in your personal life, reading habits, studying habits. Yeah. Some of these good habits that you develop will stand you in good state, not only here, but in the ministry, wherever you might be working, whatever you might be called to do, etc. Now coming to this methodology itself, right at the beginning I have put down some points. First of all, selection of a topic for a research paper, whatever it may be, your thesis, or I would suggest you, as I mentioned yesterday, what are you interested in life? What are you interested? So already in the seminary, put a little, effort and invest some time to cultivate what interests you in your life. Yeah. Ask yourself, you may not have asked that question, what am I, interested in? What am I good at? What you are good at, where your heart leads you. Don't create false, what we call false images of yourself. When you don't have music ability, don't try to become a musician. That would be trying to teach a fish to climb a tree or something. It won't work, man. Yeah, it won't work. I have seen people wasting their life. One of my own companions, he was playing Sarigama Padanisa in the first year of our novitiate, when musical instruments were made available to us. And last year of theology also, he was playing Sarigama Padanisa. Yeah. Intense desire to become a musician. So much of time invested, but not once has he played in the chapel or something. Because he just didn't have the ability. Yeah. I learned this lesson when I was a novice, actually. Yeah. I was very interested in music. As a young boy, I thought I could sing well, etc. We were in the church choir, and I was a kind of sacristan in our church. As a substation, I used to take care of the sacristy and kept to the church. We were also altar boys. There's a big group of boys. I was the leader. So I thought I was good. So when I joined the seminary, the first years, I found other students, very beautiful singing, and the first time there was an electric organ which none of us were supposed to touch. That was used by some special experts at special feasts, etc. So it was not a formation we entered novitiate. And there we were allowed to do, some music. So I wanted to learn everything. I joined for flute, I joined for the harmonium, I joined for the tabla. For about 3-4 months, I learned, all right, all these instruments. I could play. I can also play the keyboard if I know a song or look at the notation and play. But, like simple tune you can play, right? Yeah. But I noticed that some of my companions who started music with me, in 1 or 2 weeks, these guys were already playing, creating music. Yeah. How do they do this? I have no idea. We have one note following another note, another, etc. But in between, they make so many noises. These interludes they make. Where do they get this from? I don't know. It is in them. So I noticed on Father Vijay of they were extraordinarily good. So then I knew my talent was limited. I played, da din din da, da din din da. And Sarigama Padanisa, etc. All this I was also doing, but then I knew. So I took up to typewriting. There was an old typewriter. I ripped it apart and I cleaned it up and I made it a functional typewriter. And I started practicing. So by the time I left Noshit, I was quite an accomplished typist. I could type fast and correctly. Yeah. A lot of my, the directions in my life had to do with this typewriting. I don't want to go into telling you all that story, but I'm saying just simple, a discovery of something, acceptance of ourselves. This is what I'm good at. Let me practice. Yeah. If I had tried to make myself a musician, it would have been wasted effort, time, etc. That's why I'm saying have a fairly good idea about your talents and what you are interested. There has to be some correspondence in this. And choose an area where you invest a little bit of your time, your energy, your reading, your reflection, your making notes, etc. So that when you leave this place as a priest, you have some material with you. All right. You want to become a preacher? Collect anecdotes. Yeah. Stories. Pile them up in different files. Yeah. I usually make notes now. Nowadays, of course, it's all computerized. So there is no need to keep separate piece of paper. But when I was a student like you, I used to, kind of fold this paper in this way. So you have a small strip of paper on which you wrote, on one page, you wrote one point. Whatever it be, a reflection, a story, or if it went to 2 papers, then you clip it together. Put a heading. In the course of time, when it piles up a little, you simply have folders like this, paper folders or whatever, just a little cardboard or something. You put these in and arrange them with the topic: faith, hope, charity, humility, or chastity, sexuality, whatever. So I still have a huge collection of notes. Now, of course, there's much of it is not needed because everything is arranged in personal computers, etc. When you get your own personal computers, you can organize these things. If you have already an instrument, you can use your phone itself. I use my phone for these purposes now. With a good capacity phone, you can store a lot of things actually. Yeah. So make your notes, etc. And invest a little time and energy in this direction where your heart is, where your talents are. Choose those topics. I know students who have stayed with the theme of abortion, for example. During the seminary days, they wrote papers, sometimes newspaper articles, different aspects. And finally, he culminates this with a thesis on abortion. Yeah, morality of abortion or something. So one can do that. So this is what I'm suggesting to you. Whatever your interest, choose that line. That doesn't mean that you have to exclude other things. No. But this is a special area of your interest so that you develop certain amount of competence in this area. All right. So that when you leave the seminary, you are equipped with something for yourself. So gentlemen, that's a method. And so you choose a topic which is of some interest to you, where your heart is, because you can write something on some topic very intensely, express yourself only if you are interested, etc. And then going about research paper, writing a research paper has to do with developing a general idea about its scope, etc. If you're choosing a topic, the topic should not be too wide. You are asked to write some 30, 40 pages or something. If you make it so wide, you will have so many sections. Each section will have 2, 3 lines only. That way you do not develop a theme. You'll have to, kind of narrow down your theme to some specific, so that you can think, reflect, read, and elaborate, stretch this limited theme to its maximum. That way you can, contribute some new thought to this ocean of thoughts that we have in our world, etc. So I would say doing some general reading. That reading has to do with encyclopedias, dictionaries, Yeah. So as a general policy in the seminary, we do not allow material from the internet. No copying from the internet. That's just, it's written in this methodology. Somewhere I will have a note there. Internet material is not included unless and until it's inevitable. All right. If you can't find any source at all, and maybe in specific instances, one may refer to an internet source or something, if the source is so valuable, etc., contributing to your thoughts immensely. Otherwise, internet is not referred to. You may study, read, etc. That's another matter. All right. But as far as transferring material to your paper, internet is not used. We use the books, the articles, newspapers, etc. All right. So reading on a topic should start with this reference books, which are either encyclopedias, dictionaries, if that particular topic that you are interested, they have textbooks or something, like psychology or something. You want to study something, some topic on psychology, to read up a textbook on psychology. What does psychology say about, the human mind in general? And then pick up a theme, or formulate a theme. Normally speaking, you prepare the topic by a thesis statement. In one sentence or in one small paragraph, you make a thesis statement. This is what I am going to write. When you reflect about a topic, there are moments in which inspiration comes to you. Inspiration is not something that we generate. I think it's God's work in us, God's Spirit working in us. Sometimes, a sudden enlightenment comes to capture that moment, write it down. This is what I want to write about. All right. So a thesis statement, and then of course you will have to compile a bibliography. Always check whether the source is available here or any other place you have access to, etc. Some resource would be heard. So there are some books, articles, etc. If you keep your mind alert, actually, you can have these references already getting ready with you. You are interested in a topic, you come across books, or you're reading a book and you have some reference to other books, etc. You can also suggest to your librarian here. I always took suggestions from students. But I'm interested in this topic. I would like to get these books. We can get those books if they are available. What's the problem? The books are meant for our students who study here. So you can make suggestions to the librarian. I was librarian here all my life while I lived here. Or I took care of, I ordered books, I classified them, I put them. And the two students used to help me, of course, issue books collect them and put them in place, etc. So the rest of the work was done by me. When a student told me, I would like to have this book, I used to be very happy. Yeah, we get these books. What's the problem? Nowadays you can get books online. All right. So these are possibilities. Suggest. Go walk over, tell the librarian, we would like to get this book. I would like to do research on this. And so if it's not enormously expensive, if you're asking for a book that would, or a series of books that would cost you 1 lakh or something, he might say, please don't go in for this. All right, books are very expensive too. Yeah, we have a limited budget, and therefore, but provided it's reasonable, a few hundred rupees, they should be able to get a book that you want or a series of books that you would like to get. So these are possibilities, all right. So develop bibliography. So general reading, formulation of thesis statement, compilation of, and then of course you would, kind of divide your topic into subtopics and perhaps lower level topics. So from your general reading, when you develop a comprehensive understanding of the scope of your topic, you should be able to divide this into sections, subsections, etc. It will happen in your mind. You can order it, perhaps this is what I do, maybe something from the scriptures, something from the fathers of the church, something from the magisterium, or any other kind of division. And you can put these sections on it. And then, collect material in this section that has to do with enlarging your bibliography. When you get into these sections, themselves operate as topics sometimes. If they become too vast, then you can narrow your thesis further. One of those sections can become the title for your thesis, etc. I'll come back and talk about the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So, gentlemen, then of course you have to do reading in those sections. As I said, if a particular section or subsection becomes, interesting for you and you would like to elaborate on that, that could become the topic of your paper, whatever. So, and then of course you have to write, which you have to do. Writing comes from writing. Yeah. As I said to you yesterday, don't copy, try to express yourself. Yeah. I think that's an art to, understand and write. And if you have doubts about the syntax, the grammar, the words, check them up. Ask somebody to get this corrected, etc. So, but write it on your own, because this is after all an exercise not in compiling sentences from other people. It's about you writing something, learning to understand and to express yourself. That's what theology is all about, or any studies is about, that you are able to understand and then re-express what you understand in your words, etc. Of course, none of the words we create. I'm speaking to you words. All of them are in the dictionary already, right? They're all. I'm not making any new words or something. Yeah. But we spin ideas, by using words which are provided for us. We can do the same thing. Yeah. That's what creative work is about, right? So then write, and then what you write has to be annotated. You have to give references. That's what annotation means. We don't steal. If an idea is not yours, to write your name underneath when this is not yours, I think that is stealing. It's a kind of robbery. Yeah. Robbery of thought. So that's not correct. We should always be truthful. When you borrow an idea, when you borrow a concept, a theory, even statements, etc., we give appropriate references. And that's what we'll study now, this annotations. What are the things that we need to note as you... So, brother, you read how to give footnotes and bibliographies. And you tell me what do you notice in each of these. I want you to note, highlight anything special in these. Yeah, read. First, footnote. In each of the entry, there is footnote and there is bibliography, right? You notice that? Yes, footnote and bibliography. So there's a title. The first one, for example, footnote, a book written by a single author. So if you are referring to, you're copying something, or you're referring to a book from which you have borrowed an idea, which was written by one author, a single author, right? That's how you give reference in the footnote, and then how you give reference in the bibliography. You understand that? Yeah, go ahead, read. A book written by a single author. Footnote. But don't write this footnote. I have these papers that they write footnote. And then at the end, bibliography. Don't write that. This is just for your understanding. How to give footnote reference. And for that, you don't write footnote. Footnote means a note that stands at the foot of your page. All right. So we have two possibilities. One is end notes and footnotes. Some people give end notes because they don't want to interrupt the text page by notes, etc. They give them at the end of the work, end of the paper, end of the book, etc. But then it becomes a little laborious for the reader. Every time to check, you have to turn pages, you have to go. Footnote is easier for the reader. That's why we are saying, we write footnote is given reference in this manner. Read loud. There are others who are hearing you. Yes.
Edward
Skillepets. Is a Dutch theologian.
the Eucharist,
Yes.
London, Sheet and Ward, 1968.
What do you notice? Don't turn the page. It's not about reading. What do you notice?
Author name,
Author's name, yes. Edward Skillepets. First his Christian name and then his surname. Skillepets is his surname, right? Edward is his Christian name, his first name, right?
the book name, the Eucharist,
Then, no, there is something else there. Yes. So, in other words, the author's name and the title's name is separated by a comma, right? Don't miss out on this. Yes. You notice comma, the Eucharist. Yeah. What do you notice about the Eucharist? Italics. That's right. So, in other words, the title of a book is italicized. The title of a book is italicized. The author statement and the title statement are separated by a comma. And the title is italicized, right? And then what happens? What you read after that, yeah. What is that? But it is preceded by a bracket. Don't forget that. You have a bracket there. Bracket, opening bracket. Not square bracket. In methodology, square bracket means something else. So don't use this decorative brackets, etc. Simple round bracket. Right? Square bracket in methodology means that you are including, inserting something, which is not there. Right? If you are writing Edward Skillepets, square bracket, he is no more, that he is dead. All right? If you want to include that information, you may write that in square bracket. So the reader knows this is your note that you have included, right? So you have the author statement first, you have title statement, and then thirdly you have publication statement. So that's the basics, and of course then you have page number, whatever, that's the fourth one. So publication statement is separated from the title statement simply by a round bracket. And the publication statement consists of first the place of publication. London, that's a place of publication. And then the name of the publisher separated by a colon. London, colon, and then who the publisher? Who are the publishers here? Sheet and Ward. And then the year of publication. Sheet and Ward, comma. The year of publication is separated from the title, the name of the publishers, by a comma. Right? You notice all that? I hope you do. Yeah. And then whichever year. What year was that? 68. And then you close the publication statement by closing the bracket, round bracket closed. Followed by what? Comma and
page number.
page number. Usually in many methodologies they add P, etc. or PG and so on. We are not adding anything. You just write number. Right. No page number, no nothing. Simply number, which means for us and anyone who would get used to the methodology that uses that, you write a number simply, it simply means that you are referring to page number. Right? Yes. And then full stop. Don't forget that. The whole statement of footnote comes to an end with a full stop. Right? Next, bibliography. Bibliography we usually place at the end of the work. Right? Yes.
Philippines, Edward, comma, Edward,
Yes.
comma, the Eucharist, comma, London, column, sheet and word, comma, 1968, full stop.
Yes. So what are the things you notice?
Surname came first.
That's right. The name of the author is reversed. In footnote, you write simply first name first, second name second. But in the bibliography, you reverse the name. The surname first, and the surname is separated from the first name by
Comma.
a comma. All right. Because, gentlemen, you will be ordering your bibliography according to alphabetical order. All right. So usually it's an author is known by surname, because you can, when you say John or Edward, etc., when you have a 20,000-30,000 books, there will be so many Johns and so many Edwards. There will be one Skillopex only. Oh, he has got another brother, two of them. Comes to be of immense help for reference, etc. So the surname is written first, and then a comma. In the footnote, we didn't have a comma between the first name and the second name. But in the bibliography, we have a comma between the first name and the second name, etc. Yeah, go ahead. Edward, the Eucharist.
The Eucharist.
Yes, and that's always in italics. The title of books are always in the italics. So in any annotation, when you read an italicized statement, that refers to the title of a book. You know this. If it's an article, you will put that into inverted commas, into quotation marks. We will see that later. So when a title is italicized, it means it's a title of a book. Yes. It's a book that we are talking about. The Eucharist is a book. Then
London, column, sheet and word,
one important thing you failed to notice. In bibliography, what is missing? Yeah. So the title statement and the publisher statement are separated by just a comma. There is no bracket in the bibliography. All right. The publication statement is not put within a round bracket. All right. So you remove the bracket and then you have the publisher statement and the year of publication, etc. separated by a comma. Yeah. And then what you don't have. That's right. So in bibliography, you are not referring to where you have borrowed. You are giving the information about the book to the reader. That's what a bibliography is. So you don't give page numbers, etc. in bibliography. The format of the bibliography is in the form of a hanging indent. Do you know what hanging indent is? You don't know. You know what is hanging, right? There are different types of indenting a text. All right. You have indented paragraph. Indented paragraph, you have first line indent, and then you have hanging indent. See, indented paragraph refers to, you have a text, you have a text this way, and suddenly you are taking a quotation. Our rule is when your quotation is longer than about 6 lines, then you indent this 5 space. All right. And then of course your text will resume this would follow. All right. So this is paragraph indentation. The entire paragraph is written 5 spaces inside. This is paragraph indent. In your computer, if you press Control M, all right, then you get this paragraph indented. That's a shortcut. Most computers have that type of system. You press Control and M. You can try this out. All right, yeah. So you have an entire paragraph indented. If you don't want to reverse that, of course you have to put Control and Shift and press M again, then it would be back to aligning flush with the page or margin, etc. All right. Control, Shift and M. And then first line indent, you understand. Most books have, when you begin a paragraph, the first line is a little 5 space inside. Nowadays you use the tab, all right. You press the tab. It depends on, so you may have to press the tab twice to get the proper indent if they have been using a numbering on top and the text is in a particular alignment. When you press the tab, it might stop just in line with the above paragraph. But you may have to press once more to get that proper space. That all depends. You can go to the paragraph and make first line indent, then you get it correctly. So that's first line indent. Hanging indent is the opposite of that. You have the first line extended. So this is the margin. The first line stands here and the second, third line, etc. stands 5 space indented. This means all these lines are hanging on this. All right. That's why it is called hanging indent. If you press Control and T on your computer, all right, you get to this hanging indent. You can also go to paragraph, that menu paragraph, and then you can select the indent is given and you can say hanging indent. Then you have the first line would be flush with the margin. And then second, third and fourth line hanging on 5 spaces inside. So bibliography is written in this style. So you start this way, Skillabix, Edward, all right, Edward, and then this Eucharist, the Eucharist, etc. Italics, and then publication statement, and so on. That is not to say each of them is coming in line. You would write this straight, and then the computer automatically arranges this for you. So, gentlemen, that is some of the things that you can notice. What's that footnote saying there? One more thing. Okay. So read next. 2 authors.
Leonard Boff.
Loud.
Leonard Boff and Claude.
Leonardo Boff. You have never heard of this author? A Franciscan guy who left the church, his priesthood, etc. He was one of the theologians, theology of liberation man. All right. Leonardo Boff. He left, unfortunately, some 3-4 years ago because he wrote that he didn't want to be belonging to this Catholic Church, which was walking backwards into the future. He wrote very extraordinarily great writers. We have their books here in our library on theology of liberation, Gustavo Gutierrez, Leonardo Boff, etc. Yes, go ahead.
Claude Boff.
Yes.
Salvation and Liberation. Rocket. New York. Orvis Books, 1984, Rocket, 71.
Yes. So please note in the footnote, when you have more than one author, you join those two authors' name. As you write them, you just write with an and in between, without punctuation. Leonardo Boff and Clodovis Boff. Their first name first, their surname second, of course, then and without punctuation, and then the next name also the first name first and the surname second, etc. So in the footnote, that's the way you write. Simply list their names, first name first and the surname second, their names connected by simply and without punctuation, etc. Yeah, then the rest is the same, comma, the title of the book, Salvation and Liberation. Like all titles, that is in italics. Then publication detail. Yes, as we saw above, no need to repeat. Bibliography. Read.
Buff,
Boff.
Buff,
Boff.
Buff,
Yeah.
comma,
Yes.
Leonardo and Lodovis Buff, comma, Salvation and Liberation, comma, New York, colon, Orbis Books, comma, 1982, full stop.
Yes. What do you notice there? What is changed now?
First name, surname has come from
Yes. For the first author, right? Both the authors' names are not reversed. Only the first ones. Yeah. So, Clough, comma, Leonardo. It's the same principle which we used. So, in the bibliography, you have the surname separated from the first name by a comma. Okay. In this case, of course, you don't write or you don't reverse both the names, only the first name. Clodovis, Leonardo, Boff, Leonardo. And, yes, Clodovis, Boff. His name is written as in the footnote, etc. Yeah, go ahead.
comma, Salvation and Liberation, comma, New York, colon, Orbis Books, comma, 1984, full stop.
And page number, sorry, in bibliography, no page number, the previous footnote 71S. 3 authors, next. Read, brother. Or maybe you read. He's falling asleep, I think. Are you feeling sleepy? Who's feeling sleepy? You read. Anyway, 3 authors. We'll go row by row.
And Henry S. Lucas, the wardrobe book of William D. Norwell, bracket, Versus, column, commission, Royale, the Historia, the
Belgique. All right, that's a little complicated. All right, yeah, some other language. Doesn't matter. Brussels, Commission Royale, the History, the Belgique, or something like that you can read. I also don't know that language. Yeah. Comma, yes, 83. Round bracket. Yes. Yes. So what do you notice? When there are 3 authors, we write the names of all 3 authors, right? As it is there in the book itself, in whatever order they list these authors. So we write them, and each author's name separated by a comma, right? Mary Leon, Bryce Leon, separated by a comma, and Bryce Leon again separated by a comma. Sometimes when people write and, they don't put comma. So when you have a list of things coming and you have an and, So this and is to be preceded also by a comma. All right. So you have, what are you noticing that for the first time, is it? Yes. So you have those two names followed by comma, and then the third name is preceded by and, as we saw in the previous case. So, and, yes, what else do you notice? Yeah? Do you notice anything else? Initials. Yes. Lucas. Yes. Henry S. Lucas. Yeah. Normally, if you have any initials, etc., it is better to put the initials at the end, although the book may have it in the beginning, because it can be quite confusing when you are trying to arrange alphabetically, etc. So the initials can be after the, the name itself. 3 names, it is said. How many names do you have? Only 2. That means you are not respectable. Whatever. So it's not our custom in our country, but many Europeans, etc., they have 3 names, right? So this guy who was who could not sign, he was illiterate. So he used to sign his name X and X. That's how he signed his name. And then he won a lottery and became very rich and respectable. So then he used to sign his name X, X, X. He added 1 more X in order to be respectable. So anyway, you have 3 names. Yeah. So S stands for the middle name, and then the surname. Go ahead. Wardrobe, Book of William, the Nordwell, and then it's the same. The publication detail, the publisher details in brackets, the year of publication, close bracket, comma, 42, etc. Next, bibliography.
Leon, Mary, Mercy Theo, and Henry S. Lucas, the Waterford Book of William D. Norwell, Mercedes, Commission Royale, the Story, the
Belgique, yes, 1983.
1983.
Yes, 42. So you will notice in the bibliography, only the first name is reversed. All right, the surname of the first author is placed first, separated by a comma. His or her first name, in this case, it is Mary, Mary Leon Mary. And then the other authors' names are simply placed, first name first and surname second, and they are divided by or separated by a comma, including the third author's name, which is preceded by and. It would also be preceded by a comma. It's separated, the and is separated from the second name by a comma. Please note these little details. Yes, it may sound a little funny, but then that's correct writing. Yeah. And next, more than 3 authors. In case a book has got a list of authors, what are we to do? Yes?
I don't know why that one is there. Is it for special reason? This is small subscript.
That is, it's a footnote that is, there is a reference to the footnote. You have a footnote there. What is there? Yeah. Please note the hanging indent, that's 1. Please note that the subtitle is separated from the main title with a colon. All right. Where is the second one? Yes, more than 3 authors. We are coming to that. All right. Yeah. So that number which is given is a reference to this footnote. So I have given an explanatory note down here. A footnote may be a reference note or an explanatory note. So this is an explanatory note. I am not giving any reference to any other book or something. All right? Yeah.
More than 3 authors.
Yes.
Martin Greenberg and others. Editors, Gustav, Networks for Research and Education, sharing of computer and information resources nationwide, round bracket, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1974, close bracket, 50.
All right. Okay. So what do you notice? This is a book which has been written by more than 3 authors. All right. So if you, for example, if you go to this Anger Bible commentary in your library, reference library, so you have a whole list of editors. All right. Now, whose name to include? You write just the first name, and then add and others without any punctuation, etc. Martin Greenberger and others. And of course, these are not authors. These are people who have edited the book. They are editors. So EDS dot. All right. Full stop. And then comma, of course. Editors. Yes, brother. Go ahead.
Networks for Research and Education.
Yes.
Sharing of computer and information resources nationwide.
That's right. So you will notice in that title a colon in between. And that means the first section before the colon is the main title, and the title that comes after, the part of the title that comes after the colon is the subtitle. So that's how you separate the title and the subtitle. Both are italicized. Both are italicized. In the book itself, the title may be big, written in big letters, and the subtitle may be written smaller. But as you refer to them in footnote, in bibliography, etc., you put them in the same size. All right. In the footnote, usually it's 10. It's automatic. All right. If you know how to insert a footnote, all right, you press Alt, and then N you press, and then the menu comes, and then you press once again N or something, and then press Enter. Automatically, you have a symbol inserted into the text, and then your number, footnote number, etc. Yeah, you can format that in that window that appears, that dialog window that appears. You can format what size and number and so on. So anyway, this, I'm sure you can do this. You're all experts, better experts than I am. Maybe I've written a lot of stuff, so probably I am using these much more than you have used. All right, so I'm familiar with these things. I'm sharing that in little information with you. Otherwise, every time when you have several footnotes, to go back to the menu with your cursor, find out where the footnote is. So automatically you can do this on the keyboard itself, all right, Control or Alt N and F or something, and then, because it happens automatically when I'm writing, yeah, and then press the Enter. So you have this automatically taking place, and then usually footnotes, the text size is number 10. We use no decorative letters, etc. I'm given the rules later on. Simple Times New Roman. That's a style that we use. The font that we use is simply Times New Roman. You may use also Courier or whatever, those which simply, tells you without decoration, etc. No decorative letters anywhere in the written works, etc. This is not an exhibition of one's expertise and sense of art, etc. It's simply a paper written, right? So no decorations, no pictures, no nothing. Just simple text as it is here. I have not decorated this anyway, right? This is just informative giving you information. So you have to write a paper, remember, of maximum 6 pages, not more. That including bibliography. All right. Don't write now 5 pages of bibliography. Yes. Some material giving, packing it with a lot of footnotes so that you can manifest that you have developed some understanding and mastery of how to make entries, footnote entries, and then compile a bibliography, etc. Yes, that's your assignment, that's the examination for this. And let me not fail anybody. In this, to fail would be very foolish. All right. In other words, you just don't see this. But I have failed, at least in the history of the seminary, 4 or 5 students have failed for methodology. They have to rewrite this, rewrite the paper. Anyway, gentlemen, let us not come to that. Next, go ahead. Yeah.
Martin and others.
Yes.
Networks for research and education, sharing of computer and information resources nationwide, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1974, full stop.
Yes. So it's like the previous entry. When we have more than 3 authors, we simply write the first author's name. In this case, of course, in the case of bibliography, you put the surname first and the first name, or any other 2 names if there are. Surname is separated by the other names by a comma. And then, since there are more than 3 authors, you write and others, and others. In this case, of course, we are not continuing to list, and therefore there is no need for what we call another comma before and. So in the case of names, in the previous list, we have 1, comma, 2, comma, and third. All right. In this case, we are writing and others. It's not part of the list, and therefore there is no need for a comma in this case before and others, comma, and editors. All right. EDS, editors, full stop and comma. Every abbreviation is to be followed by a full stop. All right, abbreviation. We will see the details, different types of punctuation or rather space, and depending upon whether you are having an abbreviation of a proper name or other, referring to some other abbreviation. But usually abbreviations are always followed by a full stop. So EDS, full stop, comma, and then you have the title. We noted in the title, both the main topic, main title, as well as the subtitle are written in italics, but the subtitle is separated from the main title by a colon. Yeah. If you have the patience, now this is very complicated. Normally you have the the title in slanted form, in italics, and that colon is supposed to be straight. All right. Now, this is very complicated to stop and to straighten the colon and then continue with the slanting, etc. All right. But that's a point to note there. Next, editor or compiler as author. Who's reading next? At the back there. Let them read.
Robert von Halban, Edger,
Canons. Yes.
Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1984, bracket, 225.
Yes. What do you notice? See this Robert von Halberg. All right, the von Halberg is the surname. So this is something that you have noticed. All right, we are not familiar with this. So sometimes this is Day Clark, Day, small name, small letter, Day Clark, or phone. Phone simply means from. Yeah. So this is, what is his name? Robert from Hallberg. That's what it means. So that from Hallberg operates as the surname. All right. So Robert von Hallberg, comma, yeah. He is an editor, not an author. He's not the author of the book, but he has edited this book. Yes. Canons, that's the title of the book, right? And then the publisher details given in bracket, the place of publication. Yes, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1984. All right. Page number 225, full stop. So this is editor us editor or compiler us, the author of the book. So we write there ed, all right, editor. If you want to refer to him as compiler, you would put a COMP, compiler, all right, COMP dot, full stop. Yeah. So in this case, of course, you are making him editor. And bibliography, that's it. Yes. Please note, it's not Hallberg, it is von Hallberg. That is inserted as surname. From Hallberg, von Hallberg. And that V is small letter. All right, it's not capital letter, it is small, lowercase letter. Please note that von Hallberg, Robert. Otherwise, it's the same thing. All right, editor, he's an editor, and therefore you write ed. And then names. Go ahead, next.
Canons,
Yeah.
Chicago, comma, University of Chicago Press, comma, 1984.
All right, next. 2.6, brother.
Thomas Matthew.
Two editors. All right. In the previous case, there was only one editor or compiler, right? Here there are two editors. How do you make an entry? Yes.
Thomas Matthew and Walter Rodriguez, comma, editors, full stop, comma, Christian Mission in the Chhattisgarh state, bracket, New Delhi, colon, Infant Jesus Publications, comma, 2001, close bracket, comma, 35 full stop.
Yeah, page number 35. Right. So in other words, when there are two editors, you treat them as two authors. We had said that before, right? Just in the same way we write, when there are two authors, we write their names simply. First name first, second name second, all right. Joined with an and. It's the same thing you do here, except that you are referring to them as editors, EDS, right? When there is one editor, you write ED dot. When there are two editors, you add EDS, editors, all right? That's the only difference. All the rest is the same. So, bibliography?
Matthew, comma,
Yes.
Thomas and Walter Rodriguez, comma, editors, full stop, comma, Christian Mission in the Chhattisgarh state, comma, New Delhi, colon, Infant Jesus Publications, comma, 2001, full stop.
That's right. So the only thing that you notice is that in this case, the second name is placed first, all right? And the rest are all same. Rest are all exactly the same as we seen before. Publication details are placed outside the bracket or without bracket, etc. Separated by comma and then final full stop, etc. All right. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So gentlemen, we have to get through those pages. This is boring, but we have to do that. This is part of this course, methodology. But you better take note of them. If you take interest, it will help you. You're all going to be big writers, who knows, scholars, and this will help you.